I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, everybody, welcome to the May 4th, 2026 Jackson Township Planning Board meeting. This meeting's been properly noticed in all the appropriate forums and places according to the Open Public Meetings Act, and I will leave it off to Madam Chairwoman.
Good evening, everyone. Roll call, please.
Mr. Brezzi.
Here.
Mr. Marzo.
Here.
Mr. Heller. Mr. Parks.
Here.
Mr. Rogers.
Here.
Ms. Santoro. Mr. Tremor.
Here.
Mr. Weingart. Mr. Sullivan.
Here.
Dr. Campbell.
Here. I need a motion for a payment of voucher for recording secretary for May 4th, please.
So moved.
Second, Sullivan.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Brezzi.
Yes.
Mr. Marzo.
Yes.
Mr. Parks.
Yes.
Mr. Rogers.
Yes.
Mr. Tremor.
Yes.
Mr. Sullivan.
Yes.
Dr. Campbell.
Yes. And the minutes approval for March 23rd and April 20th. We'll have separate roll calls on those, please. We'll do March 23rd first.
I move to approve the minutes of March 23rd, 2026. Sullivan.
Second.
Roll call. Mr. Brezzi.
Yes.
Mr. Marzo.
Yes.
Mr. Parks.
Yes.
Mr. Rogers.
Yes.
Mr. Tremor.
Yes.
Mr. Sullivan.
Yes.
Dr. Campbell.
Yes. And a motion for approval of minutes for April 20th, please.
I move to make an approval of the minutes of April 20th, 2026. Sullivan.
Second.
Roll
Mr.
call.
Brezzi.
Yes.
Mr. Marzo.
Yes.
Mr. Parks.
Yes.
Mr. Rogers.
Yes.
Mr. Tremor.
Yes.
Mr. Sullivan.
Yes.
Dr. Campbell.
Yes. For engineering plans, please. For Great Adventure administrative approvals.
Thank
Mr.
you, Madam
Quaid.
Chair. Nothing different than that we've seen before. Great Adventure came or has requested administrative approval for 2027 capital improvement project, as well as some modifications to existing boardwalk circulation drives. From an engineering perspective, I really don't have any problems with it, but I think I asked the applicant to appear to answer any questions the board might have and to get into the details of the application. The only thing I would ask confirmation from the applicant that there's going to be no issue with lighting, spillage off site, and that they're going to get all the outside agency permits they need. And although it's not in my letter, I think an analysis of the limit of disturbance and increase in impervious regarding major minor development might be in order, but that could be part of any approval the board may grant.
And is there someone here from Great Adventure tonight?
Yes.
Please come forward.
Good evening, Adam Pfeffer, attorney on behalf of the applicant. I do have a representative from Great Adventure as well as the applicant's engineer. First, I just want to take the opportunity to thank the board for this review. I know it's been a somewhat quick process, and also Mr. looking at it and jumping on it. One of the projects, as you see, there are two requests. One of them is for 2026 boardwalk improvements, and obviously as the season's about to open, some of these projects are fast to get them done so that we can get in. I do have Mr. Clee's May 1st letters on both the applications. I can represent, and again, I have the engineer here if you would like, but there's no additional impervious coverage. Everything's already in previously disturbed areas. We're not changing anything in terms of we're removing some rides, putting in some new rides, and so those areas are all already disturbed. And there was a question regarding lighting. Everything is on the site. There's no spillage off of the site on either of them. If you would like to have the engineer, I'll have him sworn in if you would like.
Why not? He came.
That's fine.
He came all this way. We might as well have the
Again-
courtesy of bringing him up.
It's not a problem. We'll do each one separately, I guess.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and spell your last for the record.
Richard Maloney, M-A-L-O-N-E-Y, professional engineer with Colliers Engineering.
All right, and the board accepts his credentials?
Yes, we do. Thank you for coming. Is there anything you can tell us about these projects that may be of interest to us or to the community?
It's pretty much the same thing the park does every year.
Have to use your microphone. We're being
Pretty much the
recorded.
same thing the park does every year. One project is 2027, a new ride. The other ones, we call it the boardwalk improvement area. They're putting a bunch of smaller rides, some like round rides and stuff you typically would see in a boardwalk. That's the theme, boardwalk rides.
Okay, is there any questions from board members on this project? I just wanted you to have your opportunity to speak since you traveled. All right.
And since I stated it, now that we have the engineer, Mr. Maloney, can you just confirm that all the improvements are on previously disturbed areas?
That is correct.
And there's no increase in stormwater impervious areas?
That is correct.
And Great Adventure will comply with any and all requested permits that they go through the process to the DCA? That's
Correct. We've already submitted to the state and, yeah, soil erosion, MUA, the township.
Great, great. I think just in case, we'll open Mr. Sullivan to the public for this.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to open to the public for any cross-examination on this project and this project only.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward and ask any questions? Mr. Sullivan?
Seeing no one come forward, I move to close the public cross-examination on this project. Sullivan.
Second.
Good. All right. So we'll need a vote on this approval?
That is correct.
And we'll
Well,
need a-
there's two. There's
Two different projects.
one for the boardwalk, one for the 2027 roller coaster improvements.
Is it same vote for both of them, correct?
Well, we'll vote each separately
Yeah, let's-
because they're
let's do each
separate
one.
years.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll need a motion, please.
I'll make a motion for the 2027 capital improvement.
I'll second that motion, Sullivan.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. And we'll need a motion for the 2026 boardwalk improvement.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the 2026 Great Adventure Boardwalk
Oh.
improvements.
I'll second that, but before I do, I just want to make a statement I always make, and you're aware of that. For many, many years I've sat up here, and Great Adventures never tried to do one of these without coming ahead of us first. They always come in with their plans, they're professionals, all these years. They never snuck one in. They know they could probably sneak it, we never know about it. They've always come in front of us, and I'll second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your words.
Thank you.
And we are definitely looking forward to seeing the improvements.
I'd notice because I go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see, Mr. Klee, no.
We have Ahern.
We have zoning permit review.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Really, it's a discussion item, and it's just some interfacing with the board that Gina, the zoning officer, and I kind of need some help with. It relates to the Jackson 21 development up off of Cedar Swamp, and it was approved by the board. It was a mix of multifamily, single family, and the question is, the applicant has 3 units in a multifamily building, and he wants to consolidate the lots and make it 1 building or 1 unit versus 3. And Gina, the zoning officer, really is that consistent with the board approval? I'm uncomfortable making that call. I know it raises a couple engineering questions, but again, it's just some guidance from the board is how we can, take care of this. It could be as simple as an administrative approval, or it could go all the way back to the original approval where the board approved 300 multifamily units. Now they have 298. Is that a big deal? I really don't know, but it could return to that forum, if you will. So just some direction from the board.
Are there garages involved?
All the existing units will have
In the
garages.
original resolution, were garages required?
Absolutely. I don't know if it was specifically in the resolution itself, but part and parcel to the building the unit, you have to provide
Well-
off-street parking in accordance with
And of
far
course,
as-
driveways, because parking, I know for sure was involved.
Part of that stipulation was also that the garages could not use it for living space or, occupied at all. The parking lot, the driveway, they widened a little bit. So they're part of the stipulations that the garage would have to remain exactly as described in the stipulations.
And would we have to maintain the entrances, the building entrances and exits? Because if that's 3 long buildings, then that's a safety issue, I would think. So
I would think that would get picked up.
All right. So the issue seems to me that, and the facades must remain exactly the same as they are.
I'm thinking if we can get the representation from the applicant that all those conditions will be met and he won't do these certain things, then I can work with Gina to continue to process.
Because everything else on the inside of the building, we have nothing to do with that. So if there are firewalls or that's the building department, those are building codes. We're only concerned with the facades, the driveways, the parking, the garages, those are our interests. So if those things can be stipulated too. Any thoughts from the board?
My thoughts on this are that as long as the outside facades are maintained, as long as all the entrances are maintained, all the driveways are maintained and garages, and they're not turned into living spaces, I don't foresee any issues with this.
I have some issue and concern. I think I'd rather see the applicant come in, because if you start doing it with this, you may open up a door to something else or some more other people trying to do the same thing. I'd really rather see the applicant come in and present.
All right, so just so we kind of set the playing field here. So the board's function as a quasi-judicial body is that we have to, with regards to the ordinances that we enforce, they have to be relevant to the bulk standards or the design standards or anything like that. If this is just a situation where, I mean, it kind of sounds like it, where it's just the International Building Code, if they will certify that there is no site plan issues, there is no bulk standards, there is no design standards, they're not doing anything pursuant to the ordinance, all they're doing is basically knocking down a firewall. That is strictly the building department jurisdiction purview. I mean, it's technically all they have to do regarding the zoning permit. So that's kind of like, we got to be careful with not diving into the jurisdiction of the building department. And quite frankly, it's up to the zoning officer to make that determination based upon the application as presented to her with, whatever conditions or certifications or stipulations or whatever that they're making, because that happens way before us. I mean, just jurisdictionally, that's kind of where my head goes with this thing. So, take that. for
Any
what it
other
is.
thoughts from the board? If you take back to the zoning officer our concerns, and she does not agree, then they would have to come before us. The zoning officer would have to make this decision based on our reminders that the garages, the facades, the entries, and the driveways had to remain the same because they were part of our jurisdiction.
How about bedrooms?
That's the inside. I do not believe we have any jurisdiction over interiors at all, but perhaps our planner might have a different opinion.
Not an opinion, an observation. I think the zoning officer should get the number of bedrooms to verify that the parking requirements that were met as part of the design standards under the land use ordinance are being met. If somehow by taking out 3 kitchens and ending up with an extra bedroom or suite or something like that, we need to make sure RSIS compliance remains. So yes, I'm not sort of going inside the building, so to speak, but a design standard that would be on the cover page in the general notes or the bulk schedule would say, for this number of bedrooms, you need this number of parking spaces. And again, that being the case, I think the zoning officer is looking to make sure that she doesn't exceed some unwritten threshold of what administrative may be. So again, the things that Mr. Cleese talked about, the things the board members have talked about are relevant to make sure that there's a record. And quite frankly, you've heard me here sometimes, I don't ask applicants what they're doing. I almost want to ask them what they're not doing. Make sure that there's not a code enforcement issue subsequently. So the idea that, all of us who've been practicing land use or in the building trades, how many times have you heard of someone going in an 8-unit townhome building and turning 3 units into 1? You want to make sure that the use is correct. It's a single-family use in a multifamily building. What happens from a construction perspective inside the unit really is not the board's concern, it's the building department's concern. Akin to that is often when we see single-family detached housing, 1-acre lots, 20,000 square foot lots, people put boxes on the plans. Then when they go for a zoning permit, as long as they're within the building envelope, there's not a big deal. In this particular case, it's a little more than that, and because it's not something that we would normally deal with, I think the zoning officer, out of an abundance of caution, is asking, because if not, one of 2 things could happen. One is she simply, as Mr. Clee put it, return to the board. We're not exactly sure what they asked for, amended site plan, some sort of approval for that particular building or those 3 particular units. Or if she makes a decision and someone wants to appeal the zoning officer's decision, they don't come here. They go to a different board.
Zoning board.
So I think our zoning officer is trying to be proactive, but stay within the bounds of her responsibility. Someone brought her a curveball. And I think she's doing the right thing by asking the board's professionals and the board to make sure we're all thinking about it and not missing something by not having this conversation.
Yeah, I think so. Just going back to that. So if the applicant's willing to certify that there are no changes to RSIS, there are no changes to increased bedroom count, there are no impact to the bulk standards, there are no impact to the design standards. I mean, there's absolutely nothing. If they're willing to certify to that, to give the zoning officer more guidance as to what they're seeking, then that's truly a building department jurisdictional call at that point. But this is just a board discussion at this point. So if anybody else wants to ask any questions, you can go for it.
I'll have the conversation with the zoning officer tomorrow, and it'll be, if they can certify all these things that we talked about, then fine, issue the zoning. If they can't, then they come back here.
Right.
Good. That sounds good.
Right.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Alfieri, block 6801, lots 31 through 43.
Resolutions first? We have-
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep.
I apologize. We have 3 resolutions I forgot about. Resolution 202610.
Resolution of the Planning Board of the Township of Jackson, County of Ocean, State of New Jersey, in support of a courtesy review for Jackson Township School District for a solar-powered soccer/field hockey scoreboard, Block 13801, Lot 1.01. All members are eligible to vote.
Roll call vote, please. Oh,
I'd like to make a motion to approve 2026-10. Sullivan.
Second, DeMarzo.
Mr. Brezzi.
Yes.
Ms. DeMarzo.
Yes.
Mr. Parks.
Yes.
Mr. Rogers.
Yes.
Mr. Tremor.
Yes.
Mr. Sullivan.
Yes.
Dr. Campbell.
yes. Resolution 202611.
Resolution of the Planning Board of the Township of Jackson, County of Ocean, State of New Jersey, granting a 1-year time extension for preliminary and final major site plan approval for WB Ocean 26 LLC, Block 1102, Lot 24.02. All members are eligible to vote.
Motion?
I'd like to make a motion to approve Resolution 2026-11. Sullivan.
Second, DeMarzo.
Mr. Brezzi.
Yes.
Ms. DeMarzo.
Yes.
Mr. Parks?
Yes.
Mr. Rogers?
Yes.
Mr. Tremor?
Yes.
Mr. Sullivan?
Yes.
Dr. Campbell?
Yes. Resolution 2026-12.
Resolution of the Planning Board of the Township of Jackson, County of Ocean, State of New Jersey, granting preliminary and final major site plan approval with variances and design waivers for an office building for Hope Commercial Holdings, Block 20901, Lot 15. All members are eligible except for Mr. Marzo.
I'd like to make a motion to approve Resolution 2026-12. Sullivan?
Second.
Mr. Brezzi.
Yes.
Mr. Parks.
Yes.
Mr. Rogers.
Yes.
Mr. Tremor.
Yes.
Mr. Sullivan.
Yes.
Dr. Campbell.
Yes. Oh, do we have any changes to the agenda schedule?
Not at this time.
And any legal matters, sir?
Not at this time.
All right, Mr. Alfieri. Thank you for waiting.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. Salvatore Alfieri on behalf of the applicant, the Stearns. Both Mr. and Mrs. Stern are present with us this evening. This is an application, the Stearns own two single-family homes that are they back up to each other and they front on different streets, and we're seeking to adjust the lot lines. We're not creating any new lots, but we need to adjust the lot lines, and Mr. Stern's going to explain why he's building a new house on one of the lots and what the needs are, which would justify why we're moving the lot line. And then we have our engineer planner who will present the professional testimony.
So we'll swear in, please. Thank you.
All right. Please raise your right hand. Microphone on.
Testing,
We can't hear you.
testing.
Thank you, because we're recording and the public at home needs to be able to hear it. Thank you.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Please state your name and spell your last for the record.
Aaron Stern, Stern,
And your address?
8 Point Circle, Jackson, New Jersey,
Hey.
08527.
Testifying as a fact witness, correct?
Fact, yes.
Fact witness. Yeah.
Okay, good. So, Mr. Stern, you, as you heard in my summary, you own houses that front on two different streets, but they back up to each other, correct?
Correct.
And one of the lots, you're seeking to build a new home on, is that correct?
Correct.
Where do you currently live?
I live on 8 Point Circle,
And where are you proposing to build a new home?
8 Point Circle.
All right, can you explain to the board the type of home you're building and why?
Yeah, so 3 years ago, we had a child who is handicapped. So we were building a ranch, ADA compliant. So it's taking up a lot more of the land than we had anticipated. In order to get the pool on the same property, we wanted to move the line back, the land line back, to be able to get it all under one property.
And then as far, there's some questions in, it's a ranch so that the handicapped child can go through the house without going upstairs or elevators to the top, second floor.
Yes, so we're
correct?
building it at grade. The front's going to be a little bit above grade, but the side door is going to be at grade. The backyard's going to be at grade. The house, all the hallways are a little bit wider. Every room has extra few feet around, like the dining room's got an extra few feet around it in order to be able to, for a handicap to be able to get around the table. And the kitchen's a little bit bigger. Every room is just a little bit bigger. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
And-
We have an elevator in the house. We did do 2 bedrooms in like an attic style for the boys, but we're putting 5 bedrooms on the first floor. And
Can you, you're proposing a pool and a cabana, correct?
correct.
Can you tell the board what the purpose of the cabana is? Is it going to have a bedroom?
No, cabana is just a utility for the pool. It's going to have a bathroom, a changing room, and a laundry room.
And the other lot, there's a single-family house on that other lot currently?
Yes,
And is that changing in any way?
no.
Okay, I think that's really all. We just wanted you to understand the reason for the structure being constructed in the manner it was, but Mr. Stern's here to answer any questions.
How are you dealing with the house you're living in now?
We're taking it down.
Yeah, but where are you going to live in the interim?
Different house.
Okay. All right. Any questions from the board?
Thank you. Mr. Halp?
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, please state your name and spell your last for the record.
Eric Halpert, Halpert, licensed professional engineer and planner in the state of New Jersey. I've testified before this board before.
A few times.
A few times. Welcome back, Mr. Halper.
The board accepts his credentials?
Yes, we do.
Thank you. So, Mr. Halper, you heard the testimony.
Hang on one second. Is he testifying as a planner and engineer?
Correct. So you heard the testimony from the applicant. Can you describe for the board, and did you give Anthony anything to put up on the screen?
Yes, Anthony, can you please bring up the aerial exhibits?
Is he there?
Is An-
Oh.
He's there. He's looking.
Okay. So while we're waiting, oh, here we go.
That's the landscape, because could you bring up, please? Thank you. Could you zoom in a little bit? The board is looking at an aerial exhibit of the subject properties. As mentioned previously, the subject properties have frontage along Point Circle, which that property currently is in the R20 zone. And Anthony could zoom back out. And the property to the top of the page that's not currently in view, you could do a zoom extents, has frontage along Bethel Church Road. That property currently is fully within the R1 zone. As mentioned previously, the applicant seeks to adjust the lot line in order to accommodate newly constructed single-family dwelling, one and a half stories with a basement, and a pool and cabana, and other associated improvements.
Go to the next.
Anthony, could you please bring up the plan set, the plan?
Interesting.
I'd rather. Okay, this is good. The applicant, as depicted on the plan, seeks to construct a single-family dwelling with most of the improvements on a single floor. There will be an attic, but this will not be a 2.5-story dwelling. This will be a 1.5-story dwelling with a basement. The total square footage of the footprint is 7,838 square feet. There will be a driveway with a garage. The driveway can accommodate 6 vehicles. The garage is suitable to accommodate 2 vehicles. Per the architect plan, the requirement per RSIS standards would be 6 parking spaces, and the applicant is providing greater than 6 parking spaces.
So can you just explain to the board the relief that's required in order to adjust the lot line? And there are 2 lines in the center of the plan. Can you tell
And
the board what they depict?
I'll go through the variances being sought, the bulk variances. The lot line, Anthony, could you bring up the plan set? It will be a little bit more clear where the current lot line is and where we're moving the lot line, so the board could see. Thank you. The first page. The current lot line for the R20 zoned lot, known as 8-Point Circle, is sorry, 1 minute. It's working. current lot line for the R20 zone is at the rear of the existing structure. Anthony, could you zoom in, please, to the site plan portion of the plan? On this page, you could zoom in. The lot line is currently going through over here. The applicant seeks to adjust the lot line to the location 50 feet from the cabana. The associated bulk variances that would arise from such a lot line adjustment entail for the lot fronting on 8 Point Circle. There is a current deficient, the R20 requirements, the lot fronting on 8 Point Circle would now be required to comply with the R1 zoning requirements. The R1 zoning requirements require a lot width of 150 feet, and what is provided in an existing conditions, however, we are turning this into an R1 zone, would be 122.56 feet, where 150 feet is required. The side yard setbacks for the R1 zone are 20 feet, where what is being provided is less than 20 feet, 18.21 feet on one side of the dwelling and 18.24 feet on the other side of the dwelling. The maximum building coverage in the R1 zone is 15%, where 18% is being proposed. Associated with the property in the rear, with the Bethel Church frontage, that is an R1 zone, and the proposed lot line adjustment would bring the lot acreage, the square footage, to a little over 32,000 square feet, where 1 acre, where 43,560 square feet is required. There are existing non-conformances associated with lot 43.01 of a lot width of 81.04, a side yard setback of 18.63, and an accessory side yard setback of 10.13. The shifting of the lot line from its current, where it currently is, shifting it to allow for the 8 Point Circle property to have property within the R1 zone is what is creating the variances for the 8 Point Circle property. The property is largely within the R20 zone. However, it is required to comply with the R1 requirements, and therefore the variances mentioned are needed.
From the street, that lot line would not be noticeable from either street. It's just an arbitrary line, not arbitrary, but an invisible line between two lots.
The current current improvements include 2 single-family dwellings, and it will remain as 2 single-family dwellings. It is currently 2 lots, and it will remain as 2 lots, of course, with the lot line adjustments.
There were some technical comments in both the planner and engineer's reports. If the board were to grant this approval, would you agree to address those comments as conditional approval?
We would agree, and we could discuss, mention one of the comments regarding sidewalk and curbing. The applicant would agree to provide sidewalk and curbing at the Bethel Church frontage where there is not currently. And the applicant has submitted architect plans which show that there is no height variance.
That concludes the presentation, Madam Chair.
Is there going to be any kind of plantings behind the house presently so that there's a screening there between these 2 homes? Because the new home is going to be considerably larger than the 8 Point.
The applicant would agree to provide screening
Good.
behind the improvements, behind the home, behind
Good.
the pool area, a screening of 10 feet in width, if that would
That'd be fine.
suffice for-
Thank you.
for the
Anyone
board.
else on the board have any questions at this time of this witness? Ms. DeMarzo?
I just had a question about the elevator. And what is
To the
that?
basement.
It's an elevator to the basement?
This is a 1.5 story.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board for this witness at this time? Thank you.
That's all we have.
So we need to get into the legal standards for the variance request.
Sorry. So you understand that since we have C variance relief, you need to put certain proofs on the record. Would you please do that?
The applicant is seeking variance relief, and the applicant seeks to receive relief from the enumerated bulk variances. And in order to satisfy the criteria for the board to grant variance relief under what is known as a C2 variance, the applicant needs to demonstrate that first to the positive criteria and demonstrate that the application is promoting the intents and purposes of the ordinance. And I do believe that this application does. Under A, it guides the appropriate use or development of all lands in the township in a manner which will promote the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. As mentioned earlier, this is somewhat of a unique situation, and this application certainly is providing for that, for the public health and safety of the general welfare. Under E, promote the establishment of appropriate population densities and concentrations that will contribute to the well-being of persons, neighborhoods, communities, and regions, and preservation of the environment. And this application is doing that by contributing to the well-being of persons. C, provides adequate light, air, and open space. The applicant will be providing a landscaping package as well. This application will be required to receive approval from the tree specialist. The application, under the positive criteria, the applicant has to demonstrate both the positive criteria and the negative criteria, and in promoting the intents and purposes of the municipal land use law, there cannot be a substantial detriment to the general public or to the a deviation from the zone plan or the zone ordinance. Over here, the applicant, there are variances associated both with the R20 property, formerly R20 property, and the R1 property. In terms of the variances associated with the former R20 property, the property fronting on 8 Point Circle, the property is essentially contained within the R20 zone. The R20 requirements are met. The applicant seeks variance relief because the applicant is required to provide the R1 requirements and requires variance relief. There is no it is my belief that there is no substantial detriment because the surrounding adjacent properties are R20 properties. And these variances are de minimis of 18.21, where 20 is required, 18%, where 15% is required. And it is noted that the R20 requirements for the side yard setback are 15, and the applicant provides greater than that, and the building coverage is 30, and that would suffice to demonstrate that it is not a substantial detriment to the adjacent properties. Regarding the property on lot 43.01 on Bethel Church, where the applicant is now seeking to provide less than 1 acre, the surrounding areas, including this property, are of the narrow type and extended depth in order to achieve the 1 acre. The applicant does seek to take that away. The rear of the property is generally not used. I believe that this is a better planning this is from a planning perspective, this is a better use of the properties to have the lot line in a way where there's more depth to each property. And from the street, the property will still be in consistence with the rest of the neighborhood. And I believe the applicant would satisfy both the positive and negative criteria for a C2 bulk variance. Thank you.
Mr. Peters.
Madam Chair, Mr. Halper, thank you for your testimony. 2 quick questions. The first is, and while Mr. Stern may have touched on it, this subdivision is intended to create two distinct, separate, single-family detached lots, correct?
Yes,
There's no merger being proposed?
no merger.
And the applicant, through either Mr. Alfieri or yourself, understands that merger would require a trip to the zoning board for two principal uses, correct?
Yeah, there's 2 lots today, and there'll remain 2 lots.
Thank you. And lastly, I don't know if you testified, but I was taking notes quickly. How will the subdivision be filed?
We would prefer by deed, but we defer to Doug and you on whether you imply.
Didn't hear it on the record. That's the reason I'm
Okay.
asking.
Preference would be by deed.
Deed's acceptable, so.
That's all I have, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clay, anything from you? Use your microphone, please. Thank you.
We're getting curbs and sidewalk along Bethel or payment into
The
the fund?
applicant agrees, yes.
And will both lots connect to sewer?
Both, the 8-point circle is currently connected to sewer. Although the plan shows a new connection, the MUA said there's no need for us to submit plans. We submitted, they said no need. And the Bethel Church property, no improvements are being proposed over there.
Is that connected to sewer? I'm just noticing there's indication that there's manholes in public sewer in Bethel Church.
The applicant doesn't even know if it has sewer in that house. We'd have to find out. I'm not sure.
It's probably more important with the
new
the
house.
proposed home.
On 8-point circle, the MUA agreed to have the new house connected to the public sewer and water.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Tremor?
I did notice that there was a concern given to you by the traffic safety unit about a circular driveway and accommodating a fire truck. Was that addressed at all?
Thank you. The application was submitted to fire, and fire did approve the plan. So we did run it by fire, and they agree that the circulation is okay as is.
Okay. Thank you.
And the board should have that letter.
Right, and the applicant stipulates that they'll meet all the conditions of the fire review letter?
Yes.
And just to reiterate, the positive criteria was A, C, and E. Did I miss one?
A, C, and E. A, C, and E.
A, C, and E.
And that concludes your
Yes,
testimony?
it does, Madam Chair.
All right, we open it to the public, please.
I'd like to make a motion to open this application and this application only to public cross-examination of witnesses. Sullivan.
Second, DeMarzo.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone wishing to question the applicant on this particular project, please come forward. Please come forward.
Yep. And just to be clear, so what's going to happen, this application, next application, is that we break this part up into cross-examination questions. The second part is a general comment. So if you have any direct questions you want to ask the engineer?
I only wanted to ask a question. I don't normally come to your meetings.
Well, do you have to use the, first you have to be sworn in, then you have to use the microphone.
Shorter.
Sworn in, please.
All right. Please raise your right hand.
Oh,
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? All right, please state your name and spell your last for the record.
I'm Christina Quatrano,
Okay, and your address?
1303 Dahlia Court, Jackson.
Okay.
You have to be very careful about speaking into the microphone because
sorry.
this is being recorded.
Sorry.
That's okay. This is being recorded and the people at home need to hear you. Thank you.
I only had a question, a quick question.
Into the microphone, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is it going to be strictly houses of a resident?
Yes,
That was my question.
It's a single-family home.
Yes.
It's a single-family home. The applicant's family will occupy it.
I apologize.
Oh, that's fine.
Like I said, I don't normally come
No,
to these meetings.
No
You're
worries.
more than welcome.
I thought
We're
I would
happy to hear
come.
from you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, it is a single-family home.
Yeah.
That's been the
And that's the
testimony.
That's going to be the only purpose Lovely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else like to come forward and question the applicant?
Seeing no one else come forward, I move to close the public cross-examination of the witnesses on this application. Sullivan?
Second, DiMarzo.
All in favor?
Aye.
I'd like to make a motion to open the public comment on this application and this application only. Sullivan?
Second, DiMarzo.
All in favor?
Aye.
Now, anyone may come up and ask or make any point, any general discussion, any issue, anything that's on your mind that you'd like to say about this application. Please come forward.
Seeing no one come forward, I move to close the public comment portion of this application. Sullivan?
Second, DiMarzo.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. All right.
So, Madam Chair,
Conclude,
members of the board,
please.
thank you for the time. We'd request that the board act favorably on the application, subject to all of the conditions that we've stipulated to on the record, including compliance with the technical comments of the board professional reports and the fire letter.
Thank you. We'll accept a motion at this time, please.
I'd like to make a motion to approve this application, and I'd like to say to the Stern family, I am very pleased to see that you are putting forth someone to help, something that will help your disabled son. It is very good of you to do this, and I'm glad that you have the means to do so. And it is my honor to move to approve this application.
Second, DiMarzo.
We'll have a roll call vote, please.
Mr. Brezzi.
Yes.
Mr. Marzo.
Yes.
Mr. Parks.
Yes.
Mr. Rogers.
Yes.
Mr. Schemmer.
Yes.
Mr. Sullivan.
Yes.
Dr. King.
Yes, congratulations. Thank you. Stretch, Mr. Alfieri. Right. All right. Now we'll go forward with the application for Block 5804, Lot 14.
Good evening again, Madam Chair, members of the board. Salvatore Alfieri, Cleary, Giacobbe, Alfieri, and Jacobs on behalf of the applicant. This is an application for a house of worship. I'm sure the board's aware. The applicant does require one variance for an existing width of the lot. Through the testimony, you'll hear that other than that variance, we comply with all the ordinance standards, so there's no variance relief associated with the width other than the existing condition of the width. We meet all the setbacks, we meet all the lot coverage. In addition, that Mr. Halper will testify, we did submit to the NJDEP and have obtained a confirmation, what's called a presence or absence letter from the DEP that there's no wetlands associated with the property. We have 3 witnesses to present, Mr. Halper, the architect, and our traffic engineer. There are representatives of the synagogue here. If the board has specific questions, Mr. Halper will go through the statement of operations which was submitted, but if there are more detailed questions, we will have someone come up to answer those.
All right. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and spell your last for the record.
Eric Halpert, Halpert, licensed professional engineer and planner in the state of New Jersey. I've appeared before this board multiple times.
We accept your credentials. Thank you.
Anthony, can you please pull up the aerial exhibits? Thank you. Yeah. I'll go through the statement of operations first before getting into the actual plan. The applicant seeks to construct on the subject property, 88 North New Prospect Road, which is identified as Block 5804, Lot 14, a place of worship spanning over 3 stories, 14,055 square foot. The applicant is proposing to provide 53 parking spaces, which includes credit for 5 EV spaces. The applicant is proposing to construct a place of worship. Services will be held 7 days a week, generally beginning 6:30 a.m. and ending 9 a.m. for morning services, evening services as well, from approximately 9 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. The applicant currently does not propose afternoon prayer services. If they would be incorporated, these services would begin approximately 15 minutes prior to sunset. The services are expected to have approximately 50 members in attendance, with typically 20 congregants arriving by car. Friday services are expected to begin 30 minutes before sunset and would last approximately 2 hours. On the Sabbath, where there are more congregants and more family members, approximately 65 congregants would be in attendance, and some would arrive by car prior to the Sabbath, and it would remain on site overnight for the Sabbath. On the Sabbath, by day on Saturday, services will begin at approximately 8:30 a.m. and last until approximately 11 a.m. By day, there would be approximately 80 congregants who would be walking. The afternoon prayers would be approximately 1 hour before sunset. At that service, approximately 65 congregants would be in attendance and would be walking. Holiday services would be scheduled in a similar manner to the Sabbath services. The applicant is not proposing to host any events. The facility will not be used for wedding receptions and will not be contracted to non-member third parties. At this time, the congregation contains approximately 70 member families, and this number is expected to stay generally consistent. No kitchen is proposed for cooking There will be some warming for post services, refreshments certain times, and there is a warming kitchen provided for that. Trash removal will be located, it'll be shown on the site plan, is located in the main parking lot and will be removed via private hauler. The site, as we'll go through the site plan, the site is proposed to connect to public sewer and water. And with respect to signage, the applicant is proposing to install lettering on the building's exterior and will comply with the applicable standards. That would conclude the statement of operations. The board and the public is looking at an aerial view of the subject property. The subject property is located within the R1 zone, right prior to where the R20 zone begins. The subject property is shaded in the cyan in the blue. It is located on the westerly side of North New Prospect Road, which is a county road. The property is located in the R1 zone. Across the road from the property are 2 other zones, is the recreation and open space zone as depicted on the aerial, the park, as well as the public facilities and education zone, where there are 2 schools. There is an access road to those 2 schools, to the park and to those 2 schools, directly opposite subject property, with a crosswalk and crossing guards provided on school days. The subject property is currently improved with a single-family residence and associated accessory improvements, as well as in the rear, a garage, which until recently was used for a commercial type use with an auto truck, with auto part delivery and there were previously large trucks entering and exiting the subject property. Anthony, could you please pull up the site plan? It would be a plan set.
While we're waiting, what
you.
is the dirt road that goes down the side where the trucks were entering?
I'll go through that right
Oh,
now
good.
to
Thank you.
discuss the
I was
legal
curious
status
about
of
that.
that. And yes, Anthony, could you please go to the second page? And could you capture this, the upper view? Could you please zoom into the subject property? Thank you. Subject property, as mentioned previously, is in addition to being improved with a single-family dwelling, is improved with a large garage and a large paved gravel area. And as indicated in the zoning chart on the cover sheet, their impervious coverage calculation came to actually a greater number than what is being proposed because of that garage and large gravel paved area. There is, as noted over here, this gravel driveway noted on the existing conditions plan is part of a walkway easement that is 10-foot wide walkway easement to the Township of Jackson that the applicant will be required to maintain. Practically, that walkway serves as a walkway to the previously mentioned schools across the road, and that is an easement on the subject property that the applicant is required to and will be maintaining. So it historically, it appears it may have been used by a previous owner of the property for those heavy vehicles. However, the intent of that gravel area is for a walkway, and there is an easement on the property. And the applicant is not proposing to remove that gravel driveway.
Would the applicant be interested in improving that walkway?
As part of the applicant is willing to improve and will improve by resurfacing the
Good.
walkway. It has eroded over time, and the applicant will resurface that gravel walkway.
Thank you.
Yes. Anthony, could you please go to the next sheet? Thank you. The applicant proposes to construct a place of worship. We have the architect will give a testimony separately in terms of the site plan. The place of worship, as mentioned previously, spans over 3 stories, 14,055 square feet. And it has included a main sanctuary and another assembly area. Between the two, there is a required parking count of 53. The applicant is proposing 53 parking spaces with the credit for 5 EV spaces. The applicant, the subject property is located, as mentioned previously, on a county road. The applicant has previously submitted to the county, and has received approval from the county with conditions that the applicant will be able to abide by. Specifically, the county right-of-way is as shown. The applicant is not being required to provide any right-of-way dedication to the county. Additionally, as mentioned previously, the applicant is seeking to remove the current single-family dwelling, remove all the improvements. The single-family dwelling currently is served by an on-site subsurface sewerage system, by a septic system, and as part of the place of worship installation, the applicant will be seeking to connect to the public sewer. The applicant has received both preliminary and tentative approval recently from the Jackson Township Municipal Utilities Authority for that connection. The plan shows a sewer connection south to connect to a manhole on Georgia Street, approximately 700 linear feet of new public sewer main to be installed as part of this project. And the MUA has provided tentative approval. The applicant seeks to install a full access single driveway with access to the parking spots as depicted on the plan. There is a refuse enclosure in the rear as per the ordinance behind the front setback of the building. The applicant has submitted the application to the fire official, and the fire official has approved, and as part of what the chairwoman mentioned, has requested an improvement to the gravel driveway as that would provide a fourth access as well, and the applicant is willing to improve that in a way that the fire will have access on all four sides to the building. Anthony, are you able to please go to the next sheet? This sheet is the GDU sheet as part of the application. Although the subject property has a significant amount of impervious, there is a large portion which is gravel, which could be a question if it's impervious or pervious. The applicant has treated this as a project that exceeds the threshold to provide stormwater management and is providing a robust stormwater management facilities to comply with a major stormwater management development. Anthony, could you please pull up the landscape exhibit? The colored separate landscape exhibit. Not this sheet, not this sheet.
It was the first exhibit you pulled up at the beginning, Anthony.
Thank you, yes. The applicant is proposing a robust landscaping package, which will include screening. And again, it should, as the chairwoman noted, there is a gravel driveway, which is actually a 10-foot wide access easement, and the applicant is ensuring that all improvements, including landscaping, are going to remain and not interfere with the 10-foot wide walkway easements. And so all landscaping is outside of that 10-foot wide walkway easement. And the applicant will continue to work with the landscape tree expert to provide a screening, and the landscape tree expert as well is aware of the 10-foot wide walkway, and the screening will be provided in a way that it will not interfere at mature height and growth. I'll go through some of the review letters.
Well, before you do that, a couple of follow-ups. First, you heard me mention at the beginning of the introduction about the NJDEP letter that was received. Can you tell the board what was received and what the purpose of that document is?
The applicant noted as in beginning to look at the project, the GeoWeb did note across the roadway certain wetlands, and to be cautious, the applicant did make an application to the NJDEP for what is known as an LOI presence absence determination on subject property, and the applicant recently received the determination of absence of wetlands on subject property.
And I'm not sure if the board has that or not, but certainly we will provide a copy. And then the other follow-up question was, houses of worship are permitted uses is a permitted use in the zone, correct?
Yes.
There are certain standards that a house of worship must meet.
There are.
It's clear that we are at the right board and the planning board does have jurisdiction.
Under the ordinance 244-47 governing the R1 zone, the Jackson Township ordinance provides for a place of worship as a permitted use, and the Jackson Township ordinance lists certain requirements which the applicant meets except one, and further in the testimony, we will go through the proofs for the board to grant relief from that. The various requirements are the houses of worship should have primary frontage on a local road, should have primary frontage on a local road or a road of higher order, and we have our traffic experts will provide testimony. The subject property is located along a county roadway, which is a higher order road. The houses of worship are required to have a minimum lot area of 1 acre, and subject property does have a minimum lot area of 1 acre. Parking should be set back 15 feet, and the parking will be set back 15 feet. It will not, the parking is going to be set back 15 feet. Parking area, circulation drive, and accessory structure setbacks need to be 10 feet from any adjacent lots along the side and rear, and as shown on the plan, all improvements are located within beyond 10 feet from all property lines. A decorative solid 6-foot fence or natural vegetative buffer. Parking area and circulation drive setbacks to any side rear adjacent to commercially or industrial zone property shall be 3 feet. Subject property is adjacent to residential properties and has the requirement of 10 feet, and the application is meeting that requirement. A decorative solid 6-foot fence and or natural vegetative buffer of a minimum width of 5 feet shall be provided, and the applicant is providing.
The last standard is about a bathing facility, which does not exist in this use, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'm sorry. So, and then one follow-up question. Well, I guess you're going to cover lighting when you get through
We'll
the
go
report.
through the board.
But just for the board, we are not proposing a freestanding sign yet, but I know the board on occasion has asked for at least a monument sign with the address.
Absolutely. We'd
So-
want a monument sign for the address, for safety, for the fire department and the police department.
Which we would
The
do.
applicant would be willing and has a space to provide that.
Thank you.
Okay, so go ahead. You want to run through those reports?
To go through
The items that require testimony.
the report from the board planner dated April 17, 2026. The traffic planning, the traffic testimony will be provided by the traffic experts. Regarding the 10-foot wide walkway easement and gravel path, the applicant agrees that there will be no improvements that will hinder the path, including the landscape. There is an existing Anthony, could you please go back to the plan? I'm sorry. The previous page, thank you. Separate from the aforementioned walkway easement that runs within subject property, there is as well a walkway easement through an adjacent property, specifically Lot 27 along Quail Road. The applicant that easement is associated with Lot 27, and the applicant proposes nothing regarding that walkway easement. Trash pickup would be expected to be for such a size building twice weekly. As mentioned previously, the trash pickup will be via a private hauler, and the times per week could be adjusted as needed. As mentioned previously, fire has provided approval for the site plan and has requested additional access via the walkway, and the applicant agrees. A typical delivery truck, the applicant is not required to provide a loading zone. The applicant would anticipate a typical delivery of toiletries or sometimes food on a Friday afternoon when the parking lot is generally empty, and the delivery truck would be able to stop within within the area in front of the building at a time where there are no cars generally. The applicant agrees to provide cutoff shield to prevent light spillage. Regarding the requirement of landscaping to provide plantings that will not reach a mature height of greater than 20 to 30 inches, the applicant will make sure to specify the switchgrass type, the smaller switchgrass cultivar, which will not exceed typically the Shenandoah cultivar, which generally will be approximately 2 feet, sometimes 3 feet, and will work with the landscape expert to ensure that cultivar is proposed on the plan at a height of no greater than 30 inches. The applicant agrees to provide screening and comply with the landscaping comments in the planning review letter and in the landscape review letter. The applicant has received approval, as mentioned previously, from the MUA. The process within the Jackson Township MUA is in order for an applicant to make a submission to the NJDEP, endorsements from the Jackson MUA are required, and the endorsements are provided upon a final submission. The Jackson MUA requires a 3-step process: a preliminary, tentative, and then final. The applicant has completed the preliminary and the tentative, and should the board grant the approval as part of the resolution compliance, the applicant is prepared, is ready to submit for the final, receive the endorsement from the Jackson MUA, and be able to submit to the Ocean County Utilities Authority and to the NJDEP. To go through the comments from the board engineer, the applicant seeks no variance from a parking closer than 15 feet, and the parking shall be adjusted to 15 feet. The applicant agrees. There is a comment to extend the sidewalk across the existing sidewalk does not extend to the southeasterly property line, and the applicant agrees to extend the sidewalk 13.5 feet per the board engineer's comment. The applicant agrees that the lighting will not exceed the foot candles noted in the review letter. Regarding the handicap stalls, the applicant agrees to adjust the ADA allows for providing parking, ADA parking stalls, either an 8-foot wide parking space and an 8-foot wide aisle. It is noted that the Jackson Township ordinance is requiring the handicap stall to be 12 feet, and the applicant would agree to provide a stall of 12 feet and have the aisle smaller, but at no less than 5 feet. The applicant is proposing the circulation of the vehicular traffic as indicated in the front of the building with the parking stalls. The access to the rear is only for the refuse and is for fire access as well, and it is not meant for vehicular traffic, and therefore it is less than 24 feet wide. The applicant would agree to comply with the technical revisions and corrections.
Can you describe how the stormwater management system will operate?
Anthony, could you please go to the next sheet? The applicant is providing stormwater management facilities in the form of catch basins throughout the parking area, graded in a way where the runoff will enter the catch basins, be directed to a water quality surface basin for water quality treatment, and for water quantity be further directed to an underground recharge system with an overflow bubbler outlet in order to comply with all regulations of the NJDEP stormwater management rules. The applicant is proposing a sign on the wall of the building, and the architect will go through that. The applicant does need a waiver from providing on the plan structures within 200 feet. However, the applicant, as part of the presentation, has provided an aerial depicting the structures within 200 feet and has described the uses. However, that would constitute a waiver that the applicant seeks.
And I think that concludes the testimony. We'll bring you back for the variance after we have the other testimony. So,
Mr. Peters, anything you'd like to ask this witness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, thank you, Mr. Halper, for your testimony. It may not be you, but since you started, I'm going to start with you. And if it's not you, it'll be someone else. With regards to the parking calculations, I don't know if you went into detail or just simply indicated that the parking provided is compliant with the ordinance requirements.
I could go through the parking calculation.
Did you put affirmative testimony on that the parking complies with the ordinance?
Yes.
Okay. The property fronts on a county road?
Correct.
Would the applicant agree to a condition, if the board were to approve the application, to ask the county to allow you to put no parking signs along the frontage of the property?
The applicant would agree, and conditioned on the county agreeing to that.
Thank you. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Mr. Klee?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The applicant answered pretty much all the questions regarding the improvements to the walkway. We've eliminated the variance for the parking adjacent to the county road, all the way in the back where the trash enclosure is. All right. I'm looking at that rear driveway of 26.5 feet. Does it have to be that wide?
It was made that wide to accommodate the mid-mount fire truck unique to this fire district.
Thank you.
And anyone from the board?
Yes.
Mr. Brazzi?
Now, I have one question. I ask it because we've had applications that have this problem. You finished 2 processes so far from the MUA. You have to wait for the final, which I understand.
Correct.
There's been issues throughout the town where there's a flow problem. Now, if you find out you have a flow problem and can't hook up, you will come back to this board?
Certainly, and the process with the MUA is if there is a capacity, if there is a flow problem, the applicant would not receive even preliminary approval. So we're beyond.
You're beyond that step?
We're beyond that step, but the applicant certainly would agree.
If a
that
fly
was
comes in the
applied.
ointment, you'll come back in front of us.
yes.
Correct.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Rogers?
Is it appropriate now to talk about the minimum lot width variance? Are you going to have testimony to that?
He's going to come, after the other witnesses, he'll come back and talk about the
Okay.
specific.
And then my second and more important would be pedestrian and car traffic. When would be appropriate to ask those questions?
Yeah, we'll have our traffic engineer as well.
Thank you.
I just had a question and clarification on the statement of operations. I thought I heard, and I hope I'm wrong, that you said that there was going to be overnight?
The car, if someone drives there on Friday before sundown, they can't drive home, so they would walk home and leave the car in the parking lot, and then Saturday, when the sun goes down again, they could drive their car home. So that would be the only time a car would be parked overnight, correct?
Correct, yes.
And
No
what-
overnight stay, no one would sleep there.
Okay, so, and then what time will they come on Friday?
They would come typically shortly prior to sunset on Friday. The car would remain for the Sabbath when they can't drive it back once the Sabbath starts on Friday at sunset. And at Saturday at sunset, shortly after sunset, when Sabbath is over, they would drive the car back home. And during the Sabbath, they'd be walking. The overnight is simply because they can't drive the car back home, but there would be nobody staying in the building overnight.
So everyone that's coming is within walking distance?
Generally, everybody has to walk on Saturday. So some may have a farther walk, a 15-minute walk, and will want to drive on Friday, but everybody's within walking distance, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And one more question about the statement of operations. You said no weddings. How about
Correct.
bar mitzvahs and bat mitzvahs?
None.
So there'll be
Correct.
no large social gatherings.
Correct.
No banquet hall use, anything of that nature.
That
No
is
banquet halls, no rentals.
Correct, and that's specified in the statement of operations.
Yes, thank you. Wanted to be clear. Any other questions?
Yes, ma'am, just one.
Mr. Tremor?
Thank you, Mr. Halper, especially for addressing the stormwater. But you did put in here that there was no EIS required, correct?
Correct.
And this project is over 20,000 square foot, correct?
The project spans 3 stories, comprising total 14,055 square feet.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next witness, please.
We're going to call our architect.
Good evening. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, please state your name and spell your last for the record.
Melissa Rub, R-U-B.
All right, and your
Sure.
place of work?
Sure. I'm a graduate of the City College School of Architecture. I am a licensed architect in the state of New Jersey, and I have appeared before this and other municipal boards throughout the state.
Welcome back, and we accept your credentials.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And, okay. Can you identify the exhibit that's on the screen?
Sure. So we have a 3-page zoning set, Z1, Z2, and Z3. Anthony, if we could go to Z2 for the floor plans, we'll start there. Thank you very much. We're proposing a 2-story house of worship with a basement level as described. The footprint being approximately 57 feet, 8 inches wide by 100 feet long. The main entrance located on the north side of the building, right there at the bottom of the sheet. One enters at the lobby, which leads into the coat room, coffee room, and stairwell with the rabbi's office on the right. Beyond that, we enter the vestibule area, which accesses the elevator and bathrooms, along with the secondary room, or one could make a left into the main sanctuary, which is 2,998 square feet. At the second floor, which is the top right plan, we have the women's section and a secondary room with some ancillary spaces like a lobby, bathrooms, coat room, things like that. At the basement level, we are proposing a conference room and social hall with a lobby. And then down here are other lobby areas with bathrooms, coat room, coffee room, and as Mr. Halpert described, a kitchen for warming purposes only. Anthony, if we could go to Z3 or to the colored renderings that were submitted as exhibits, that would actually be clear to talk about the elevations. Thank you very much. Great. So the top image is is that main entrance that I described earlier, the north side. This is the east side or the street facing side. So we are proposing that recessed entryway with a raised parapet and a canopy. The main sanctuary then wraps the remainder of the building with these tall fenestrations and the slope detail to add some texture and geometry to the building. There's a vertical stone area on the street-facing facade, behind which is the arc in the main sanctuary, and a stone base that then pulls, the base of the building together. Above which is stucco and a stucco cornice. That concludes my direct testimony.
All right, so a couple follow-ups.
Sure.
First, you heard Mr. Halper mention that we would want some sort of lettering on the wall.
That's correct. Yeah.
Which wall, and confirm that whatever's put up would comply with the ordinance.
So the ordinance allows for one sign that's 70 square feet. We were going back and forth between placing the sign above the door over here or on the eastern facade. But whichever way we choose, we will comply with the ordinance.
Second question is, it's always requested that the roof be constructed in such a way that it could accommodate solar if it ever becomes economically feasible to do so.
Yes, absolutely. We will design the roof to accommodate that load.
I think that's all we have with the architect.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Any questions from our professionals? Any questions from our attorney? Okay.
Dr. Campbell, I'm sorry, I have a
All right,
question.
Mr. Marzo.
How tall is the building going to be?
That's a great question. I should have put that in my testimony. Just give me one moment. We are 28 feet to the top of roof with an additional 4'6" to the top of parapet. So
What
that's-
is the, do you know the square footage of the existing house?
I don't have that on hand, but I don't have that on hand.
We
Okay.
could probably get that for you. And
Okay.
the other the bigger structure in the back, we could probably give you approximate square footage.
That'd be
above.
great. And then my last question has to do with the, it looks like it's lighting on the side of the building there, or will that be lit all night?
No, the applicant would agree to have the lights cut off, when operations end. So I believe the testimony was 10 p.m.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. We may have some, I would say we may have some security lighting that would go all night, but that would be minor in that, capacity.
I think that sounds like it.
Traffic?
Traffic,
And
please.
Mr. Halper, while we're waiting for you to come back up, can you estimate the square footage of the, not right now, but when you come back, the square footage of the two existing structures? Okay, John?
Well, you again. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, please state your name and spell your last for the record.
John Ray, REA.
All right?
And Mr. Ray, we're seeking to have you qualified as a traffic expert. Would you place your credentials on the record, please?
Yes, licensed professional engineer with McDonough and Ray Associates in Manasquan, New Jersey. My specialty is traffic engineering. I don't even remember, 50 years experience. It's been a long time. I've been in front of this board many times.
You sleep here.
Yeah, we'll get you a cot.
Thank you, Dr.
Welcome
Campbell.
back. Thank you.
So, Mr.
And we
Ray,
accept.
what did you do to prepare the report that was submitted in support of the application? And were you involved in any respect with the county portion of the application?
Yes. North New Prospect Road is a county road. It's under the jurisdiction of Ocean County. We prepared a full traffic impact study, which is dated December 1st, 2025. We conducted peak hour traffic counts at the intersection of North New Prospect Road and Newark Avenue, which is the access to the elementary school complex on the east side of North New Prospect Road. We prepared estimates of traffic that will be generated by the House of Worship based on the size of the parking lot. We've assumed a worst-case scenario, one in which all of the parking spaces turn over during the morning peak hour for the services. We've also assumed that the services will coincide with the peak hour traffic flow for the elementary school on the other side of North New Prospect. That probably won't be the case because the elementary school doesn't start until 9:10 in the morning. I think by that point in time, the services might be pretty much over. But we assumed the worst case scenario, one in which all of the traffic coincided with each other. Our peak hour traffic coincided with the peak hour traffic for the elementary school. We projected traffic volumes 10 years into the future in accordance with Ocean County Planning Board protocol. We conducted level of service capacity analyses for the site driveway to Newark Avenue, which will be the fourth leg of the intersection, with the opposite side being the access to the elementary school. And we concluded that the intersection will operate at an overall level of service D, as in David. Not good if you have a kid in school, but acceptable for traffic engineers, an acceptable level of service. And that also, again, assumes a worst-case analysis, one in which our peak hour traffic in the morning, consistent with the services, coincides with the traffic for the elementary school. One very important thing to note with respect to this particular application, this location, is that there is a school crossing guard at the intersection of North New Prospect and Newark Avenue during the morning and afternoon peak hours for the school, arrivals and dismissals. So we do have the additional safety of a peak hour, school crossing guard at the intersection to assist pedestrians getting across the street, doing what they need to do in order to stop traffic to get the pedestrians over to the school side of the street. So again, the intersection will operate at an acceptable level of service. We have a school crossing guard there during the morning and afternoon school peak hours. We do not need a variance for the amount of parking. The amount of parking meets the township ordinance. So, with respect to this application, it's, from my perspective, I think it's pretty simple, pretty straightforward. We have a good level of service. We have adequate parking, access to a county road. We do need to get county approval. And it's going to be an acceptable level of service. And that basically concludes my testimony.
There were a couple of waivers that relate to traffic design features. For example, parking within the access drives. Can you describe what that waiver is for and justify how it will function properly in this design?
And this is always something that comes up always when I testify. I do believe that the ordinance really was written with respect to access to a larger commercial site where you don't want to have parking backing up into a main access aisle at a shopping center or a commercial facility that generates a lot of traffic. This is going to be a house of worship, a little bit different. And so I do believe it's a waiver, if I'm not mistaken. The waiver is justified.
And there's one other waiver that's identified in Mr. Peters' report about a turning radius.
I think, hang on. Parking areas for 24 or more cars and access drives for all parking areas on major roads shall provide curbed return radii not less than 15 feet for all right turn movement vehicles. I'm going to have to punt that a little bit to Mr. Halpert.
Okay, Mr.
I think we can do the 15 feet. Ellie, can we do that? We can provide the 15-foot radii. So we can eliminate that waiver.
So the waiver D4 on Mr. Peters' report will not be required.
Correct.
I believe that's, and the county itself, what kind of conditions, if any, have they suggested will be imposed as a condition of their approval?
I don't know if Mr. Halpert has gotten a review letter from the county. This is pretty standard operating procedure, I think, for the county.
You don't expect anything to change the design of the project?
I do not. No.
Okay. That's all we have of this witness, Madam
And
Chair.
we'd make sure there was no parking in that easement area.
Yes,
For
agreed.
sure.
Mr. Halpert agreed to that.
And signage regarding that?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Sullivan?
Was there any consideration to having turning lanes?
That's up to the county. There are shoulders on North New Prospect to get around vehicles. I think the fact that we have a crossing guard there during peak hours in the morning and afternoon kind of like controls that situation. But if the county requests a bypass lane or a left turn lane, we'll have to deal with that with the county. I don't think the volumes actually warrant it, but that's, again, it's up to the county.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else from the board? Mr. Rogers?
Yes, I have a couple of questions here.
Yes, sir.
First, on a footnote to your traffic guard, that's only there for Monday to Friday school hours.
Correct.
Okay, so there's a lot of time in the week because there's nobody there controlling traffic. Did you take into consideration the curve just south of the site that comes down New Prospect Road? The rather good curve.
Curve.
People
You
come
mean the
around pretty
horizontal
fast.
curve on the
Yeah.
street? With respect to the sight distance at the intersection, it doesn't affect the
think
sight
the speed will?
distance is appropriate. And again, that's up to the county. If we don't have adequate sight distance, they won't approve it. And if we need to provide sight triangles, which we always do, they will require sight triangles at the intersection.
Now, as far as pedestrians, how were you able to determine the pedestrian traffic on that road in that area?
Well, there is a school crossing guard there during the school peak hours to assist
That wasn't
pedestrians.
my question. How did you predict the amount of pedestrians during the day, 7 days?
Well,
a
I
week?
think during the Sabbath, the people that congregate at the house of worship will walk to the facility.
You don't think Camp Joy has any pedestrians going across New
If,
Prospect
if
Road?
they're there, the school crossing guard assists them.
The school crossing guard's not there when they
Right.
go to Camp Joy for recreation. It's after school,
Okay, got it.
weekends, summers. A lot of children do that. They have soccer, they have other
Okay.
organized sports. There is, let me say it the least,
There's a lot of
a
activity.
lot of
and-
activity.
Right. Has anybody from the township requested any police to make sure that those
That is not
crossings
my
are safe?
job, okay?
That this is
You're
an
asking
application.
to increase this
Correct,
pedestrian,
correct.
okay? And I'm raising the question is, did you do any work on the amount of pedestrians that use that area? I personally think a controlled traffic light is needed at the four-way stop for pedestrian traffic.
Okay.
It would help with cars, trucks, the rest. I think pedestrians is what most at risk, and those are always children.
I understand, and I can only tell you, Mr. Rogers, that having done this for many, many years, there's not enough vehicular traffic, nor not enough pedestrian traffic at the intersection to warrant the installation of a traffic signal, and the county would never approve a traffic signal at this location,
Well,
in my
I-
opinion.
Well, I appreciate your knowledge and experience. I live in the area.
I love traffic signals. We can
Okay,
design them
I
and,
could tell you, the children that cross that road is a lot. And
okay.
it's 12 months a year, and the crossing guard's there 7, and there's nobody there dusk to dawn.
When you say children are crossing at the intersection, are they accompanied by parents, by
No,
adults? How old are the children that are crossing?
8 to 15.
I wouldn't let my 8-year-old cross the
What would you
county
say?
road, but that's just my opinion.
I didn't hit, could you say that again?
I wouldn't let my 8-year-old cross a county road, but that's just my opinion.
Well,
They
evidently,
should be accompanied by an adult.
okay, evidently what should be and happens, it's not the same thing.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay.
Thank
We
you.
worry about what happens.
Yep.
Any other questions?
I do. I do.
Mr. Brezzi?
Would the applicant stipulate that you'll at least request the input of a traffic light at that intersection? If the county says yes, it goes in. If it says no, then you got your answer.
We can request it, sure.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Bressy.
Mr. Peters?
I believe Mr. Ray's addressed the comments brought forward in our report. He's discussed that the jurisdiction of the frontage improvements lies with the county, and he's reconciled the existing conditions of pedestrians crossing the street for, I don't know, since the 70s, I guess, over to Crawford.
I think the 60s. I was here in the 70s. Harfield was already built.
So I believe he's addressed the conditions that exist out there currently and the impact that the proposed application would have on those conditions. So I don't have any questions for him at this point.
Mr. Klee?
but I'd be happy to get into a debate with him if you'd like.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
We now need to bring Mr. Halper back up one last
Thank you.
time, and then that'll conclude our presentation. So, Mr. Halper, a couple follow-up questions before you discuss variances and waivers. First is, a question was raised as to the approximate size of the two principal structures that currently exist on the lot.
And as an approximate size, it is approximately 1,750 square foot footprint would be the dwelling, and the large garage is approximately 2,000 square feet. Those numbers are approximate.
So that's just ground floor.
Ground floor footprint, yes.
Secondly, in the the police report, which is dated March 16th of 2026, the report indicates that there was a concern with no on-site sidewalks for people to walk through the parking lot to the building. Would you agree that we would address that condition?
Yes, the applicant agrees to provide on-site crosswalks.
Okay. So now finally, there is one variance and then a couple of the design waivers that we need to put proofs on the record.
The applicant, Anthony, could you please pull up again the site plan set? Thank you. Could you go please to the existing to the second sheet of this set? Thank you. This is good. The applicant, as mentioned previously, seeks variance relief, specifically the variance relief from providing the minimum lot width of 150 feet, where the existing conditions of the property is 119.28 feet. This condition is an existing condition. It's an existing nonconformity, and any proposed improvement would entail proposing a structure. Proposing any improvement would entail a nonconformance with the R1 requirement of 150 feet where 119.28 exists. Before getting right into the proofs, it should be noted, as I mentioned previously, the site currently, Anthony, could you go to the first sheet also, to the zoning chart? A little bit lower, the zoning analysis. Yeah, the zoning analysis. The board is looking at the zoning analysis. Part of the zoning analysis involves an impervious coverage calculation. And as noted on the zoning analysis of the site, the existing conditions are actually greater in impervious coverage than the proposed conditions. And that is because the site currently is improved with, in addition to the existing single family dwelling under a previous owner, the most recent use involved as well a one-story garage which served large commercial trucks which entered and exited the property via the walkway, via the gravel walkway. And that is probably part of the reason why there is no sidewalk over there. And I do believe, just as an overview, it is important to note the existing conditions of the site involved a heavy use of commercial trucks exiting and entering the site. And as indicated in the zoning analysis, the current application is actually proposing, with the parking lot and the proposed place of worship, an impervious coverage less than existing. As mentioned previously, the applicant seeks to propose a place of worship where one of the requirements under the R47 zoning place of worship, section F, is to provide 150 feet. And the existing conditions of the property are 119.28 feet. The applicant seeks relief from the board from providing that 150 feet. And again, it is a existing non-conforming condition. The applicant seeks variance relief under what is known as a C2 variance. The applicant is required to demonstrate that the purposes of the municipal land use law of the zoning ordinance are promoted through the proposed improvements that are being presented to the board without a substantial detriment. I do believe that the proposed improvements do promote several purposes of the municipal land use law. A, it guides the appropriate use or development of all lands in the township in a manner which will promote the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. C, provide adequate light, air, and open space.
Excuse me, this is not a public forum at this time. Please, this is not a public forum at this time. You may ask those questions at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Provide adequate light, air, and open space. The applicant is providing improvements, including a robust landscaping package and providing area along the side property lines and the rear property lines consistent with the zoning ordinance, and would be promoting the G of the municipal land use law intent and purpose to provide sufficient space and appropriate locations for a variety of agricultural, residential, recreational, commercial, and industrial uses in open space, both public and private, according to their respective environmental requirements in order to meet the needs of all New Jersey citizens. The applicant is proposing a place of worship, and this would promote item G of the municipal land use law. I, promote the desirable visual environment through creative development techniques and good civic design and arrangements. The applicant is proposing improvements associated with the place of worship, including extending the sidewalk, providing curbed parking, stormwater management, where there exists a considerable amount of impervious coverage not being treated now, and the application will be promoting I of the municipal land use law. The applicant is required to demonstrate that the positive criteria are met and the negative criteria are met. There could be no substantial detriment to the general public and to an impairment, and any impairment, a substantial impairment to the zoning law, the zone plan, and the zoning ordinance. As mentioned previously, the applicant seeks relief from providing 150 feet where an existing condition is 119.28 feet. Despite the deficiency in the lot width, the applicant has made sure to comply with the setback requirements. And actually, because of the easement walkway, the applicant is required on the southerly side of the property to maintain improvements, including landscaping, farther than the 10 feet required, because the applicant needs to leave that 10 feet as for the walkway. So the applicant, despite the deficient lot width, is still able to maintain the setbacks, and there would be no substantial detriment to the public good resulting from the deficient lot width. The proposed place of worship is a permitted use and an inherently beneficial use, and is not a substantial impairment to the zone plan and zoning ordinance as a permitted use. I do believe that the application meets both the positive criteria and the negative criteria, and this application, by providing for the place of worship in this area, which is noted also as in the R1 zone across the roadway from a public facilities and education zone and from a recreation and open space zone right adjacent to the beginning of the R20 zone is, in my opinion, ideally suited for a place of worship where the current property had a somewhat commercial use with heavy trucks entering and exiting, and the applicant meets the positive criteria and negative criteria.
And can you discuss the design waivers?
And regarding the design waivers, the applicant seeks a waiver from providing a plan showing 200 feet. The applicant is providing an aerial for that. The applicant is going to comply with the handicap stalls, the waiver regarding the parking, the drive aisle, is justified because it is not a true drive aisle to the rear. It is only serving for refuse. The traffic experts justified the parking within the access drive.
Mr.
And to
Peters,
conclude-
anything at this time for this witness, Mr. Peters? Mr. Klee? All right, thank you.
And just to summarize, again, it should be stressed that this is a existing nonconformity, and also as an overview, it is important to note the most recent use of the property, and as well as the property being situated in an R1 zone, however, across from a public facilities and education zone. I do believe that that is something for the board to consider.
And again, to emphasize that the deficient lot width doesn't, we're not building something that is impacted by that deficient lot width. We're meeting every other criteria within the ordinance.
We meet every other criteria. Any development on the property would entail a deficient lot width.
That's all we have, Madam Chair.
I think at this time, we've been here for a while. Why don't we take a break? Take a 10-minute break now and then come back and finish up and give the public an opportunity to speak.
I'd like to make a motion that we enter into a 10-minute break. Sullivan?
Second, DeMarzo.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. like to ask if the board, any members of the board have questions for these professionals before we go to the public.
Yes, I do.
Mr. Rogers.
Non-conforming lot width that you're requesting, couldn't that become a conforming lot width with the reduction in the building and space? You couldn't do that? Why not?
Question. There are several requirements. There are setback requirements and there is a lot width requirement. And regardless of the building size, the lot is in an existing non-conformance in terms of lot width.
I don't quite understand that answer.
So the lot width has nothing to do with the building. It's just physically how wide the lot is at the street.
Well, it's the point between the end of improvements and
But not the building.
I'll
improvement.
explain. I'll show you on the, Anthony, could you pull up the second sheet, please? The definition, thank you. The definition of lot width is the width of the property at the front setback line, which in this case is 60 feet. So you would look at a survey, you wouldn't be looking at any improvements in determining this.
Okay.
You would take a look, what is the distance from one side property line to the other side property line at, in this instance, 60 feet from the front property line. So I apologize, but to be clear, at approximately this spot from the one side lot line to the other side lot line, regardless of improvements, is where you measure the lot width. It has nothing to do with improvements. And the lot width is 119.28 feet. That's what it means. That's what I mean when we refer to it as an existing non-conformance. It can't be changed, and it's something inherent to this property. It doesn't have anything to do with the improvements.
okay, but if you were to put a single.
Mr.
family-
Rogers, the microphone, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. If you would, that would be true for no matter what you built on that property?
Correct.
There's no form of creating a conforming lot width, no possible way.
This lot, correct, this lot is
Forget the
deficient
improvements,
regardless of
regardless
the,
of improvements. There's no way this could become a conforming lot for improvements in the future.
correct.
Mr. Rogers, to maybe clarify this, what probably happened here was when this original lot was subdivided, there was a different standard for that zone as to the width of a lot. Now it is 150 feet.
19.28.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, 120, 119. This one did not meet that requirement, so it's considered an existing condition because it was already subdivided under previous regulations.
So the way to think about it, Mr. Rogers, is that it's a creation of meets and bounds, almost like a title issue that lies underneath, like runs with the land, right? So you could put a pool there, you could put a parking lot there, and as a result of the meets and bounds of the width of the property, it would result in the same variance. So it's regardless of use, but it's a creation of the meets and bounds.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else from the board?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Tremor.
Mr. Halpert, I do note that there is significant public safety concerns from the fire official. Is the applicant willing to comply with all 20 of the items submitted by the fire official?
The applicant is willing to comply with all the conditions, yes.
Okay. Because that does, as a public servant, it does considerably put a risk with the ingress and egress of fire vehicles, so.
Certainly, and to clarify, those comments have to do with ensuring that there are hydrants situated in the correct place. There is FD, there are
FTCs.
FDCs, there are trust notations, and those are all standard comments that the fire official will include in his review letter, which we are able and will comply with, and we are required to receive approval from the fire official.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else? All right, we'll go, Mr. O'Sullivan, to the first public forum. Let Mr. Shea explain the first public forum.
All right. So we're similar to what we did with the last one. We just didn't have anybody come up for general comments. We're going to break this up into two parts. First part is called cross-examination, which is basically you come up and you ask any of the experts to testify, any pertinent questions regarding the testimony that they gave. So think about it like cross-examination, direct questions. The second part, once we close out the cross-examination part, the second part will be general comments. That's where you go up and you talk about how you feel about the application, your opinions, anything like that. All right, so we're breaking up in two parts. First part, cross-examination.
I'd like to make a motion to open the cross-examination on this application and this application only. Sullivan?
Second, DiMarzo.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, anyone who would like to come up and ask specific questions of the applicant, the people who testified on this application, please come forward now. Come forward now.
Yep. You beat you to it. All right, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name, spell your last for the record,
Mark Farrar, Farrar.
and your address.
24 Birch Drive, Jackson. 40-year resident.
Yep, and just making sure that she's got it.
I'd like to ask
Yeah,
you,
sir, you
I'd
have
like
to.
I'd like to ask you, sir. I don't know if you noticed, but I couldn't hear something that you were saying when you read that report. Could you
Certainly.
please repeat that first part?
For sure.
Thank you.
He was talking about the purposes of zoning, and he was reading from the municipal land use law, and he was on
And I'll read
the
it.
first section, so go ahead.
It was the very first section.
The first section, the first intent of the municipal land use law, which is to guide the appropriate use or development of all lands in the township in a manner which will promote the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. That is the first purpose and intent of the municipal land use law and codified in the Jackson Township zoning ordinance 244-3.
Thank you. Okay, yeah, I thought it said something to do with morals and advancing the township
Sir,
in a
this is not
positive way.
this is not the time for your general comments.
I've
You-
been living
you
here
may
for
ask
40
que-
years.
Sir, you
I
may
can-
ask
I
questions.
can,
You'll have your opportunity at the next part to put your opinions and comments on the
you
record right
don't want to
now.
cut me off.
No, it's not about cutting you off. It's about making sure that we comport with the Robert Rules
Okay,
of Conduct.
I'm in the middle of making a statement.
Well, what I'm saying to you is that the statement part is the next part. So you can come back up and you can put your statements on. Right
Okay.
now, it's just directed examination questions.
Gotcha.
Right?
Thank you, sir.
Understood.
Thank you.
All right, I'll be back.
Thank you. Oh, you're more than welcome just to come up as,
If you guys want to line up.
if you want to line up, that's fine too.
All right, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, please state your name, spell your last for the record.
Eleanor Hannum, Hannum, 7 Evergreen Court, Jackson, New Jersey. I guess no podium?
I guess not.
We were told it's being repaired.
Then the public should have access to, no, I don't want to sit, but you should have had something here.
Ms. Hannum, I have testified before many elected
I'm
boards,
not asking you.
and none of them
I had a
have.
conversation with Mr. Shea.
None of them
This
have.
was not directed
I'm
to
just
you.
giving you
I find
information.
this extremely
Okay.
disrespectful.
Ms. Habit, so,
Find everything disrespectful.
right, so,
I'll do this.
That's fine.
there you go. Okay.
That's great.
So we forwarded your comment to Buildings and Grounds. So they were made aware of it, and me and Laura are kind of just here tonight. Yeah.
They never respond. Just like Brent Pullman never responded to all. my
Excuse me, Ms.
questions.
Hannum, do you have questions for the?
I do.
Thank you.
So I'll start with the statement of operations. So I went through your statement of operations, and First, you testify that there's 50 members in attendance, typically 20 congregants arriving by car. So the other 30 will be walking?
Correct.
Okay. And then it states that there's approximately 65 congregants in attendance and an estimate of 20 vehicles. So first we go from 50, then we go to 65.
Good question. The statement of operations is covering the span of the week, and the 50 members is referring to the weekdays. Friday services, typically there are more people, and that's what the 65 number is.
Okay, well, what it says is it's 7 days per week. But then at the back, let's see. You also state that only walking is permitted, which will not generate any additional traffic on the property.
Saturday, he's saying. On
I'm
Shabbos.
reading your statement of operations.
Well, look at the.
On Shabbos, only
Yeah.
walking, yes, I'm aware of that. But then it turns around on the back. At this time, the congregation contains approximately 70 member families.
So correct. The statement of operations is attempting to detail the services and the number of families, member families that exist in the congregation. So that 70 number is the number of members of the congregation.
That's not what it says. It says member families.
Right, exactly, member families.
So then with each family, you can have children and your wife.
Exactly.
And now we're adding, so we're exceeding over 200 plus people using this facility.
This facility is 70 member families, and a family would have perhaps 3 people. So that would be
210
correct.
people.
Correct.
Yes.
People including children. Yes.
Yes. So it is not necessarily 50 people. It is more like 210.
The statement of operations during the week, the children and typically the women are not going to be coming, and therefore the statement of operations detailing the members that are coming during the week and driving will include typically only the adults and no children.
Right,
And that's
but
why it's 50 people.
We are looking at about over 210 people in this facility. Yes, we are.
That is
Because
correct.
We do have a I don't know. I look at this and I see 50. Then
This is the time to question,
Yes,
not to comment.
Okay, well, I'm just commenting that your inaccuracies on your statement of operations is disingenuous. My other question is, you talk about the walkers. Where will the walkers be coming from?
Well, we were told, and there are congregants here, about 60 or 70% of the people live on this side of the street, and then the other remaining live on the other side.
So how are they, if they're walking, how are they accessing the facility?
What, you mean entering the building?
No, how are they getting there if they're walking there? Are they going up Fox and Deer Lane and then using the access on Quail?
Do we know that you know the answer, or how the people, we could bring one of the members.
I
in.
do know, because I've been there a lot.
So then you know.
So then what will be happening is there is private access, and I do have the picture. That is an easement only for, and I am going to read it. Notice, use of this walkway restricted to school children going to and from school. Use by any other persons is strictly prohibited. So what you're looking to do is use a municipal easement that is there for children to now be used for private use for the facility.
What property are you referring to?
The walkway from Hartfield to the property.
On which property is that located?
Okay, so if you look at your,
Are you referring to the walkway at the bottom of the screen?
yes,
the applicant owns and the lot 88 North New Prospect. That property is not part of this application.
That was not my question. I was asking about your walkers. How are they getting there?
There are congregants that will be able to explain how they're getting there, but I mean
I'm
that
asking you, you're the expert.
that's a fact question that the applicant is here to answer.
So I will tell you that your congregants are using an easement that is there and designated solely for school children to access a private facility. You do realize that's illegal, right?
There is no place of worship there presently. So I'm not sure what you mean when you say you see people accessing the place of worship.
Well, because the council president spoke with one of the residents that has been going back and forth regarding 18 Deer Lane, and Council President Mr. Bernstein turned around and told these residents that just hold on, 18 Deer Lane will be closed down and replaced by 88 North New Prospect. So therefore,
Eleanor, we're kind of getting a comment section of this, but it would also be.
This is a big
I know,
question,
but you can.
and he's not answering my question.
Well,
And he does know the answer.
He answered that he doesn't have any fact knowledge as to the people walking. But also the bigger thing is that at that point, it becomes a code enforcement issue. So anybody who has a grievance can submit, an
Not
application to code
necessarily.
enforcement.
It is a legal issue.
Well, it's a legal issue as to a property that we don't have in front of us right now with an easement that we don't have of record.
It's
So-
on record.
No, that,
And it's in their documents.
and if it's deed restricted, they have to comply with it. It's a deed restriction. It's filed with the county, whole 9 yards, right? So, but at that point, what happens is that either code enforcement or police, somebody enforcement within the executive branch has got to get involved to do something like that.
Well, the concern that, for this board is we have a lot of kids walking to 2 schools, using the easement off of Quail, using the easement that Jackson Township paid for.
Right. So just to be clear, the board only has jurisdiction over the application in front of it, right? So it's a quasi judicial body. So, we have the application, we have the variances and waivers that are being requested, we have the requests that are made pursuant to the application. When it comes down to enforcing an easement area, the board doesn't have jurisdiction to do any of that. Just if you have any other.
I'm putting the easement and the safety of our children in this town.
I fully understand you. I'm just saying that nobody here is able to go out there and write a ticket to anybody.
Because it is very concerning, Mr. Haller, that the use of adults strangers with our children trying to go to school is extremely concerning. Extremely concerning. And I will note.
If we have any more questions, we got to keep it to.
I have many questions. So let me stay with Mr. Haller. You had made testimony about that property prior being used by a trucking company or trucks and things like that. So basically, you're trying to make it seem as though, and I'll quote, somewhat commercial use. That is only to benefit, because right now your negative criteria really needs to be fixed. So when you made the comment about commercial use, did they have a variance for this?
The comment was made for the previous owner. The current owner is not using it that way. And I do believe it is of historical significance that there was a use previously on the property of heavy trucks. And this was observed during soil testing several months ago. So I do have direct knowledge of it. That previous owner no longer owns the property, and I don't have knowledge if that owner received a variance, but those improvements still remain. And I do believe that that is relevant to the property, the fact that the property is heavily covered with gravel driveway and with that rear structure in the yard. I do believe it is something for the board to consider. Yes, I
So
don't have that.
that's an assumption because all the neighbors in the area said that it was never used that way, and some of them lived here for 30 years. So when we're talking about the 150-foot width, does the east, and you're asking for a variance to reduce the 150-foot width to 110?
The current lot width is 119.28 is the lot width.
Okay, does that include the easement?
Lot width includes the area, the distance from one property to the other property, and easements are part of the property, yes.
So what you can actually use is 109.
As noted, the applicant is ensuring all improvements remain outside the walkway.
Well,
yes.
Jackson Township paid for that easement. so-
Correct.
Yes.
Correct. Yes.
So it's not your granting. Okay. So in the side yard setback in the southern portion of the facility is 20 feet. That includes the easement?
Side yard setbacks are measured to the property line. So
So it's basically without the easement, it's 10 feet.
that is correct, yes.
Okay.
It's correct that if you're measuring from the easement, it's 10 feet, but the way the ordinance reads, you measure to the property line, it's 20 feet.
Yes. To the easement, it's 10 feet. I suppose, did the applicant take down the Thompson Lane sign? Because that always was Thompson Lane. And the sign was always there, and then more recently, it disappeared.
I do not know.
Okay. So did you factor in the fact, because you're trying to give this illusion of, this beneficial use because there is a park across the street for public use, there's 2 elementary schools, and this fits right in there. How do I say this? What consideration has been taken when doing this design and looking at the crosswalk? Because more and more in Jackson Township, and I travel through 3 counties to get to work. So it's not just here, it's everywhere. People are not looking, they're looking down at their phone. I've been here 62 years.
Eleanor, do we have a question?
I do have a question, and
Okay.
I'm getting to my
We just
point.
got to,
So people look down at their phones, and I have never seen the amount of accidents in this town and people killed as I have in the past 2 years. So with that said, and there is the traffic study, the entrance to the facility, can we go to the other slide where you
Is the
can
question
see?
for him or the traffic expert?
No, it's for him. It's the design.
Anthony, can you go to the
To
next
the
slide?
entrance,
To the net. This slide?
yes.
Could you zoom in to this area?
And leave the easement to the south.
Sorry?
So when you were doing the design, and you were doing the design for the entrance to the facility, what considerations have been taken for the walkers that are coming up through the easement for their walking path, for the students, to walk towards North New Prospect, to then cross in front of the entrance to your facility, to then cross over to get to Camp Joy?
Good question. So the drive was designed as you see and depicted on the plan. Newark Drive is directly opposite our drive, and good design would provide for providing an intersection design with a driveway access or a new intersection access directly opposite an existing entrance. So the drive was designed and placed directly opposite the Newark Drive. And as you see, the crosswalk toward the top is directly beyond the drive. So a walker along the walkway easement would walk along the easement. There are ADA curb ramps across the drive, and the drive will have, it is not depicted, the drive will have as well a crosswalk across the driveway for the walkers to walk along North New Prospect and access the crosswalk existing across North New Prospect.
So then the design of the entrance to conform to be right across the street from the other had absolutely no consideration for our children who are walking to school, because our children school does not start for them at 9 o'clock. Do you know what time Johnson School starts?
I'm not aware what time Johnson School starts.
8 o'clock.
Okay.
And in your statement of operations, what time are people traveling?
The morning services are approximately 6:30. They end at 9 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
They're 6:30 to 9.
Mm-hmm. So we have kids walking, buses, and everything else.
The kids are walking, meaning the services go from 6:30 to 9, meaning the cars come about 6:30 and then they're leaving about 9.
Mm-hmm.
So the kids are there, you're saying at 8 o'clock, and there is a crossing guard for the kids
Mm-hmm.
when there is not going to be as many cars. But
Well,
there are crosswalks.
I will
across.
tell you, in my experience of watching what I've been watching here, my granddaughter almost got run over. She had to dive off her bike. I'm just saying.
I hear the concern.
Excuse me?
I hear your concern.
Yeah, because my grandchildren live over there. I guess my next question will be for Mr. Ray. So, Mr. Ray, the traffic studies were both done May 1st and May 8th of 2025 on a Thursday. So when I was going through your report, you made commentary regarding traffic and referred only to Crawford Rodriguez Elementary School. There is no note about Johnson School in here.
Yeah, that's what the sign said, but I understand there is another school. Yes.
So that's not in your report, that there is Johnson School.
But we counted,
There's 2 elementary schools that these children,
and the most important thing is we counted the traffic, and the traffic from both schools was counted. It's in the study.
okay, manually.
Yes,
By click.
correct.
So when you did your traffic study, you never did the other due diligence of looking at the traffic study of pedestrians, which is of vital concern because of 2 elementary schools and a very large.
We need a
park.
question.
I'm asking.
We got, okay.
I
Just
asked
if you phrase it, you have to phrase it like a question. Just, that's this part.
Well,
Yeah.
No,
I asked him the question. There's nothing here. So can you ask?
That's a statement. We need a question.
Can you tell me about the pedestrian calculations that you took? Because that is a requirement under municipal land use.
Yeah, there was a school crossing guard there during the school peak hours, so the school crossing guard assisted the pedestrians across the street.
So, but you never took count of how many students,
We
how
didn't-
many of our children are walking?
There was a school crossing guard there crossing the kids.
That
Did
is
we-
irrelevant.
Did we count every kid that crossed the street
Yeah.
with the assistance of the school crossing guard? We did not.
No, you didn't. Which is an equal protection.
Because there was a
argument
school
here.
crossing guard there. And they
Which is
took
an
that-
equal protection argument here.
And they took care of it.
Mm-hmm. That'll be all.
That's it?
Anyone who would like to come forward, feel free.
All right.
Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, please state your name and spell your last for the record.
Ann Weber Rodriguez, W-E-B-E-R R-R-O-D-R-I-G-U-E-Z, 9 Hampton Lane
Okay.
Drive. I just have a question. I've got.
Yeah, if you just,
I got confused. When you said you didn't know about that easement that was just for the children of Jackson, and you said that the police are there to give tickets, but if you approve this, don't you have to have consideration for that?
no. So what happens is that by case law, planning boards and actually zoning boards, they don't have the ability of resolving title disputes. That's the purview and jurisdiction of the Chancery Division, the Superior Court. So if there is some kind of dispute regarding the easement or who's supposed to be on it, who's not, technically what happens is that somebody who has an issue like that, number one, either goes the route of code enforcement, something to that effect, or they can file like an order to show cause or something like that regarding the actual clause of the deed restriction itself to the Superior Court. So by case law, the planning board doesn't have jurisdiction over title disputes, which is, it's a little confusing because, we're a land use board, but that's how New Jersey law in, all of its infinite wisdom has broken it up.
But you should consider that. That should be considered. If we're gonna approve
It's
this.
case law. That's what happens.
Excuse me, Mr. Shea?
Yeah.
Could we require signs informing the public of the purpose of the
Yeah, we can
easement
ask for a condition.
at this board?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone like to come forward?
Oh, you got to run.
Have two.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Please state your name and spell your last for the record.
And please adjust the microphone because we can't hear you.
My name is Patrick Panella, Panella. I live at 15 Quail Road, Jackson, New Jersey. I live within the 200 feet of this property that's being talked about today. I'm probably part of the reason that this is being built. Because at 18 Deer Lane, that home is being used as a house of worship. But that's neither here nor there. You got
Yeah.
it.
If you have any
I got you. I'm
questions.
not here to-
Yeah, gotcha.
So it seems like there's been a lot of money spent here, correct, in reference to this home? Purchased for almost $1 million.
The microphone, please, sir, we can't hear you.
Purchased for almost $1 million, correct?
I have no idea what they paid. We wouldn't know.
990,000, you can look it up on Zillow.
Okay.
So for all this, it's a very fancy thing you're all doing here with all these layouts and all this stuff. But at the end of the day, let's keep it simple. In reference to the school, people had asked questions about the school and about kids crossing there. I've lived there for 30 years, okay? Kids cross there all the time. Why was this home purchased? Was this home purchased to be used as a residential home?
We don't know the circumstances surrounding why it was purchased. We only know that we're here tonight to build the synagogue here, and we have to comply with the ordinance or prove why we can't comply with it.
Okay, well, did the purchaser consider the fact, because I see all this money that's spent, okay? It's a lot of money being spent here. Did the person purchasing this house do his research to find out that he's asking for about 25% of the property line, right? He doesn't have. So my question is, at what point do we say we're not going to violate an ordinance? Is it 25 feet? Is it 30 feet? Is it somebody that we don't like comes in at 5 feet? Where does it go?
To answer the question, that's what the board has to decide, whether the sufficient proofs were put on the record to justify that variance for that deficient lot width.
And I have a question for you, Mr. Shea. You made a comment about this easement section, correct? And you said something about the planning board. They don't have authorization or justification to become involved in that, correct?
So just to be clear, what I'm talking about is a jurisdictional function of the board, right? So via case law, the planning board doesn't have the ability of determining title disputes over easements or anything like that.
Okay, but who does own that easement?
Well, what I'm
Does the
saying,
township own it?
I have no idea.
Why doesn't anybody know that prior to you coming in here and holding this whole meeting?
Right. So number one, the applicant has to testify on behalf of their own application. So
Well, you can't trust the applicant. Like,
So,
does
this-
the township
here-
have a
here-
traffic expert?
hear me out. So
Does the township
what
have a
happens?
traffic expert?
Let me explain to you kind of the process here.
Because I can pay
The
somebody
board- the
$500 to tell me that
Hang
that
on,
street's good to
hang
go.
on. The board has their own professionals, right? We have an engineer, we have a planner, I'm the attorney. The applicant comes in here, they bring their professionals on. The applicant is the one who has to put the testimony on the record to warrant whether or not what they're requesting is enough under the legal standards of the law. So in this situation, I know everybody keeps on focusing on the easement, but
I'm not focused on that really, Mr. Shea. I'm just bringing a point to it. My
right, but
thing
what I'm
is,
saying to
how
you is
come
that the
people
board,
here- how come
one at
we
a time,
entertain-
one at a time. The board does not have jurisdiction to determine title disputes over easement areas. It's via case law, right? So a long time ago, what happened is that somebody tried to file an application to a planning board involving a title dispute. They tried to backdoor their way into Chancery Division regarding, I believe it was the planning board, but like going back 30, 40 years ago. That's where the case law stems from. So that's where we're at right now. So the planning board doesn't have jurisdictions. The planning board has to take into consideration all the legal tests that the applicant put on record regarding the C2 and the waivers. There's legal standards for each one of those based upon the requests that are being presented.
Can I speak?
Right.
Okay. Everything you said sounds great, right? But not having that information, not knowing the legal status of that easement or the property, right?
I'm gonna
No.
direct you to the applicant so he can testify.
You
for
can't
his
vote on this as a
application.
board until you know what's legal there.
That's not, what I'm telling you is that the board, via case law,
Listen,
via New
case
Jersey
law, nothing.
Supreme
It
Court
comes-
case law,
Mr. Shea, it
does
comes
not
down to
have
common
jurisdiction.
sense.
Forget about.
Common sense.
Okay, I understand that from your perspective, but
No,
but
I
the
live there.
The board does not have the legal jurisdiction via New Jersey Supreme
Well, they
Court
shouldn't
case
have
law.
the jurisdiction to
I fully,
approve this
I
neither
fully
right now.
understand that common sense dictates what you're talking about. With that
Yeah,
being said,
well, we all need to have
there's
some here.
Supreme Court justices that have decided otherwise a very long time ago, and it's been supported every year.
All right, Mr. Shea, I'm
Right.
past that right now. My other concern is this. We
All
brought
right,
up the
so
schools.
if you have any questions for the applicant, now is the time.
Okay, they brought up the schools and everything, and you talked about fire codes and different things with the fire station. Was the firehouse literally being 100 feet away from that home a consideration that this should not be built there? Because I'm going to tell you this, I live right there, okay? And that fire truck is coming out more than ever before. And
We
the-
need a question. We need a question.
What?
So
Yeah,
if you
thanks.
can, okay, you're welcome.
Anyway.
Please ask the question.
Anyway,
Not anyway, please ask a question.
I'm talking to
Be
them.
respectful
Stop.
and do it
I'm
according
talking
to the
them.
procedure.
Don't interrupt me. Let
Okay?
me talk.
You don't interrupt me. So please ask a question and do it according to procedure.
Was the firehouse up the street taken into consideration when we're talking about traffic and everything else is going on there? The kids that go to school there, the other homes that are right directly there, the traffic light that's right at the top of that street. When we're talking about traffic, and I know you brought in your expert, I live there. Was all of this taken into consideration? I already know your answer, but I know it wasn't.
First, when the applicant looks at a property to develop, they look and see if the use is permitted. If the town felt that this area was not appropriate for a house of worship, the ordinance would say you can't put a house of worship on the street. It's a permitted use. So that's what we have to follow, the ordinance.
Oh, so you're telling me that the town didn't consider it?
I don't know what the
Oh,
town
okay.
considered when they
All
did
right,
the
I'll be
ordinance.
back.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
if I might.
Please.
Either to Mr. Halpert or Mr. Ray. I don't know if this is a source of confusion for anyone in the room, but there appear to be two walkway areas One runs parallel to your southerly property line, and it's depicted on your survey as a walkway easement dedicated to the township. And then there's another one that runs from your southerly property line out to Quail Road, which is depicted on your survey as a private walkway. Could you, for the purpose of the public, the board members, just so there's no confusion, I know the folks out there might understand, that live out there may understand it, but could you clearly delineate what's where, what it is, and to the extent you know, whether or not there are any restrictions? And if you don't, can you commit to the board and the public that you'll come back at a subsequent meeting with that information?
Yes, I'll go through the easements. The easement running along the southerly portion of the property, the 10-foot wide easement that is noted on the survey as easement to walkway easement to Township of Jackson, and which is also known as Thompson Lane. That easement is a 10-foot wide walkway easement to the Township of Jackson, and that runs along the entire length of
I'm sorry, I'm not seeing any light.
I'm sorry that it's faint.
Mine is better.
I could. I'm sorry, 1 minute. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Anthony. Thank you very much. The easement along the property line is an easement dedicated to the Township of Jackson. It is within our property. It is 10 feet wide, and this is the easement within the property. That's one easement. There is a separate easement along within Lot 27. That easement is not on the subject property. It is a separate easement from Quail Road within Lot 27. I don't have knowledge right now who that easement is to, and we could determine either within the next few
I think
moments.
the owner of that lot is here. He can answer that question too.
We're going to have the owner of that lot describe the easement, please. We'll swear you in. Microphone, good.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I
All right.
swear.
Please state your name and spell your last on the record.
It's Al Fisher. Last name is Fischer. I am the property owner of 28 Quail Road. This is the lot that you see along that easement. As far as I'm concerned, the easement is something that is technically on my lot that was given over to the Township of Jackson to use. There is a sign stating something about kids using it, but that's as far as I know.
Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else with questions for the applicant, please come forward. Just to get an idea, how many more people intend to speak?
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Please state your name and spell your last on the record.
Michelle DeLello, DeLello, 2 Stephen Place in
Okay.
Hartfield. Thank you. I just had a couple questions, but
In the microphone, ma'am, please. Thank you.
before I did, there's been mention a few times of signage, and is there a sign? I have a picture of that sign that everyone's referring to on Quail. Would that be helpful to you guys? To
Well,
anyone?
so if you have any questions for.
I do, but I'm
Yeah.
asking you. Would it be helpful to have the signage, or you're not?
No,
don't
thank
need
you,
it?
ma'am. But
That's okay.
we take your word that there was a sign there.
Okay, it's from the DPW post.
Thank
It's
you.
not just a sign written or whatnot. Okay. This drawing here, for lay people like myself, I'm a nurse, I'm not an architect or an engineer, it's a little overwhelming. So do you have some, I think there was one slide where that you showed the landscaping. I think that's easier to read for lay
Anthony,
people
could you
like
pull up the
myself.
aerial exhibit, please?
Oh, yeah, that's easier for me to see. Yes, yes. So the, okay, sorry. So the parking lot would be right off of New Prospect, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then the building, the structure is in the back, so it kind of, it backs up to the home next to Everett Lane, would that be correct?
The distance is approximately 69 feet from the rear property line.
Okay, so 69 feet from the rear property line, then there's a home next to it, back there,
You're
and then
referring-
it's the entrance to Everett Lane, that cul-de-sac, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so the plan is 53 vehicles in that, right here in this parking lot. Right, I think you said 53?
53 parking
With
spaces.
the 5 EV?
With including credit for 5 EVs,
Okay.
so.
Okay, so you did mention the times of peak traffic. There's already peak traffic and cars queuing in that area on Friday evenings. And you did mention the congregation. I've heard a few references to the congregation. Is that where services are being held now? And when you say the congregation, what are we referring to? Like,
There are no services held currently at 88 North New Prospect. The congregation does exist elsewhere.
okay, where does the congregation exist now?
The applicant is going to come up and
Oh, okay, so will we have an opportunity to ask the applicant questions? How does that work since they didn't testify yet?
Yeah, well, at some point, we could bring someone from the congregation up.
After, we could bring him up right now if you want to ask questions.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
We'll have to swear you in, please. Thank you.
All right. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I affirm.
All right. And please state your name and spell your last for the record.
Shlomo Absfeld, OBSTFELD,
All right. And you're testifying as a fact witness for what?
for the applicant.
Sure. So there've been a few references to the congregation, 70 families or 200 people or whatnot. There are no services at that location now, because when you hear congregation, I'm thinking there are services
There are no services at the location.
at the location. So where are the services being held if they're in walking distance?
There are
to-
currently no services at the location. So
Right, so, but when we keep referring to,
this is a
Congregation,
this
but-
is a future congregation to be built on the
oh,
site.
so there's no existing congregation.
And the site, there's no existing congregation.
But there is an existing congregation, just not at the site. I'm asking, is there an existing congregation?
I don't think that's.
Yeah, I think the answer is, do they meet at locations to pray? Yes, they do, but not at this location. That's what the board is focused on, this property.
Okay, so there is an existing, and you say 70 families, so is that capped at 70? Will it grow? How does that
It could
work?
potentially grow, but it has to meet the fire code, so
That
you
was my
can't
next
have too many people in there. It has to, whatever the capacity is. we
And what
limit
is
it
the
to.
capacity for this building?
The fire code capacity, I'm not sure we know that. Maybe the architect does.
So just to be clear, what happens is that when maximum occupancy of a building, like this one, right? It's actually up on the wall over there. Once you get past zoning, once you get past your zoning permit, you have to go to the building department. Once you get to the building department, you submit for building permits. It goes to fire, it goes to plumbing, goes to electrical, it goes to building. They determine pursuant to the International Fire Code and the International Building Code what the max occupancy is. So we don't even deal with that at the planning board level, or because we don't have jurisdiction to make that call because they're federal regulations.
Basically
Yeah.
is, you decide if it's okay to be built on this.
Right, and
size,
then what
all that
happens
other
is that they have to go through resolution compliance.
Mm-hmm.
It then goes to the zoning permit. Zoning permit goes to the building department and fire make that call.
Gotcha.
Yep,
Okay.
and then they have to comply with that. And if they don't, that becomes a code enforcement issue.
Okay, now as far as construction for the facility, there was mention, I believe you have to take the septic, I don't know much about this stuff at all, the septic and bring it out to the public sewer and water
They
on
have
Georgia
to,
Road?
They have to get a Board of Health approval to decommission the current septic system.
Mhm.
And then they need the sewerage authority approval to run a new sewer line,
Okay.
public sewer, not the septic any longer.
And that's breaking up the road and all that, kind of like what's going on for Farmers Lane?
I'm not, Ellie, do you know where the sewer line is? I'm sure there has to be some construction to dig.
Yeah, I mean,
The sewer line is located on Georgia. These would be roadway improvements entailed together with the public sewer.
what do you mean roadway improvements? They're tearing up the road, they have to repave it then, right?
Correct, yes. They're called
Improvements, just
roadway.
putting it back to where, the way it was maybe. So with that typically, what's the time frame for something like that? Like how long are we looking at roads closed and
Construction roadway
construction
closings.
timeline? I'm sorry, yeah.
For construction roadway closings are hard to estimate exactly. A project of this scope, 700 linear feet, should not entail too many days of roadway closing.
So we're not looking at weeks, months as some things?
No, no,
Okay.
no.
Okay. Now, staying on construction for the site build, if you will, the parking lot, the building, whatnot. What does that entail? We have noise, you have traffic, you have kids crossing, so what is the timeline for
Township,
that?
the township engineering department has requirements where for times notifications of construction, and
I meant more length of, like,
the length of a
months.
construction project such as this, from the start would be typically 8 months to 12 months.
so that involves a lot of.
It would be coordinated with the township engineer. There would be
Okay.
inspectors.
Okay. And then the walkway, we keep talking about the easement. So when the children come out of Quail, which I know is not part of this property, when they come out of Quail, that township designated street easement, they make a right onto
Correct, yeah.
that. Okay. So what are we looking at by the time your shrubbery is up and the rest of the walkway? What's the width there?
So the applicant is maintaining the entire width of the 10-foot walkway easement. No,
Even after their greenery and all that?
correct.
Okay.
It was,
Okay,
the
I just wanna
greenery is
clarify.
beyond,
Gotcha.
is
Okay.
not, will not interfere.
And what is the dividing piece other than greenery? So now I've got a kid walking this way and you've got a car flying in this way to get into the parking lot. Is it a fence? Is it just shrubbery?
There is shrub, right now what is proposed is shrubbery. That's what.
So that's the only thing to divide my child or a child walking and a car coming in and out of the parking lot.
There's no car, Thompson Lane, to clarify.
Talking about at the driveway now.
Do you
not
mean
the
these
walkway.
cars, the parking
Yeah.
area? The parking area is clearly delineated.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, I'm sorry. I understand what you're saying. So what's the blue thing?
The blue
the blue
thing
line.
is just a depiction of the stormwater management
Okay, so
system.
but what will that'll
That will
just be
have a
ground?
fence. That will be an approximate 2.5-foot depression for water quality for a surface basin with a fence around
So what
it.
is, I'm just trying to understand, what's that going to look like? Is that something that cars can drive on?
No,
Okay,
no.
so-
No, that's part of it. That will look like landscape, that there will be some
Okay, so
landscaping
you've got a
around.
division between the parking lot, like where cars will park and where people will walk, where students will walk. Okay,
Correct.
Okay. The division, though, becomes a challenge. I know you went over it, but just to make clear, the crosswalk there in white, so we're saying these kids are going to cross the driveway, right, coming from Thompson Lane.
There's a crosswalk across 88 North New Prospect, and there will be a crosswalk across the driveway.
But there's no crossing guard there or anything. It's not a street. So the street will have the crosswalk that's there now. In other words, kids have to walk across the driveway.
They will walk across the driveway and
right?
across the crosswalk. Correct.
That's a dangerous thing. Okay, and then I believe it was said, but just to clarify, Johnson School starts at 8:10 a.m. Crawford Rodriguez School starts at 9 a.m., maybe 9:10, I'm not sure on that one. So you've got that period of time.
Staggered
Staggering.
starts.
And then you've got their dismissal times. I don't know if they conflict. I understand a traffic study report was done. Any of these things, drawings, pictures, whatnot, it's not the reality. So does everybody who, like traffic and have you all been to the site? Like, is that something that you physically, see what goes on?
As part, I have been to the site, and specifically the traffic expert has been to the site, and he could answer specific questions regarding traffic.
No, I know, he said there's a crossing
Yes.
guard and whatnot, which there is. But now, with increased traffic there, we've got one crossing guard, she's elderly. Is it realistic that to have cars coming and going in and out with this one, like, whose responsibility is it to make sure it's a safe, is it the township? It
So
sounds like a recipe for
what
disaster.
happens, there's a couple of different layers to this. All right. Number one, that's a county road. County has ultimate jurisdiction over everything that happens on that road, right? So what the applicant actually has to do during resolution compliance, so there's a process to this after this part. It's called resolution compliance. They have to get all their outside agency approvals, one of them being the county. There's that aspect of it, right? So they actually have to petition the county and say, hey, this is what we're looking to do. Can you approve it? You know, if you don't, we're dead in the water. Then they have to come back and they have to get something new, right? So there's that. The other aspect of this is also, I know I keep on hammering on this word, but jurisdictional. Zoning boards are allowed to take into consideration off-site traffic. Planning boards are not. Planning boards have the ability of determining whether the ingress and egress are safe and efficient and everything like that, and then the circulation on the site itself. But off-street traffic, off-site traffic, the planning board actually doesn't have jurisdiction to take into consideration just for purposes of the denial, right?
Okay, makes sense. One last question. So now somebody who was up earlier mentioned that when you say the 119.28 width, that's taking into account the 10-foot easement?
The ordinance
I understand.
definition,
Okay,
yes,
I get that.
includes the
But the
entire.
reality is that the property width is 109.28 after the easement?
The reality is the property is 119.28 width, and there is an easement on the property.
That's semantics, right. But it's 10 feet width that can't be used by the property owner. Is that right?
And the property owner ensured that the improvements.
No,
are
I
being
understand,
done.
but so
Yes.
the width that they can work with is 109.28 feet.
Correct. No.
But the
correct.
current ordinance is for 150 feet. I mean, the current standard ordinance, whatnot, in the town's 150?
That's all correct. But
Okay.
you got to remember, you can't just look at that one zone ordinance standard. You have to look at the entirety. We comply with everything else. So we're not too close to the property line. We're not overbuilding by adding too much coverage. So we meet all the ordinance standards except for that one.
That's a big one
Whether you counted 109, 119, it doesn't change the fact that this building and everything is improved.
Is compliant. No, I understand. I understand that, but it's not, that's why we're here tonight, basically, because it's not compliant. So we're talking about 150 feet is the ordinance, but we want to do they want to do this on 109.28. You're not going to agree with me. I know you're not, but that seems to be the
Correct.
reality,
I
I
agree with
believe.
you that what you're saying is correct.
Okay,
Yes.
that it is 109.28.
No,
All right.
if you count from the easement, it's 109, yes.
Right. But the easement that they can't and agree to not build on. Okay, great. Thank you so much. I
Right.
appreciate
So, and just to be clear, just so it's easier to picture, right? So, doesn't matter what you put there. If somebody wanted to put a residential home, if somebody wanted to put just a pool, if somebody wanted to put just a parking lot, the meets and bounds of the property pursuant to how the ordinance is determined in the township is, whatever the applicant indicated, 119 or 109.
Right.
But the ordinance itself requires 150. So based upon how the property was subdivided, probably, I don't know, probably 30, 40 years ago, there was probably a different ordinance in place which required less of a lot width. So it doesn't, ironically, it actually doesn't even matter what you put there, because no matter what you bring to the planning board, you will require a width variance in one form or another, whether C1 or C2, because of the meets and bounds of the property itself. So that's what he was trying to explain.
Right, I'm just trying to understand and get the visual of it all. And I know I said last thing, sorry, the trucks coming in and out, that whole thing, where is that documented? I'm there 20 years. I've never seen trucks coming in or out of that driveway.
This This was observed by this, and this was observed myself. I observed. These
You
trucks.
observed trucks?
I observed when I was doing soil testing from the previous
Interesting.
owner.
And how long ago was that? Did you say, was that 5 months, would you say?
Several months.
Okay, I'm just gonna say, I'm 20 years, I've never seen trucks. It's been a home and that's it. So, interesting.
What was that large garage in the back used for?
No trucks coming and going. I don't know.
You don't know what it was used
Storage?
for?
You can ask the old owner, was it used for storage?
Excuse me, there is
Yeah,
no
there were no
public
trucks
forum
coming and
right now.
going. One end of that is the driveway for the owner. The other end is Everett, where you can't even really pull a car through. So
Right,
no,
for-
I'm just telling you, I've
I
never
was
seen
mentioning
trucks.
it as historical.
Right, no, I understand. That's why I wanted to
you know.
ask, because I've never seen trucks. And that's it. So.
Just so you, it's our position that although Mr. Howler offered that as part of his support, whether, if this was a vacant lot, the proofs would be exactly the same. We're not saying that we're improving a condition and therefore we are entitled to the variance. He was just using it as
Right, but
another
it,
example.
understand, but it
Yeah.
was brought up, so I
Yes,
wanted to.
and
to
he did bring it
clarify.
up. We're not
Mhm.
denying.
Okay, all right, thank you again. Good night.
Thank you.
All right.
Hello again.
Yes,
Hello.
you get sworn in again.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right. Laura, do you have her? Yeah. Okay.
I'm Christina Quatrano. I live at 1303 Dahlia Court.
You can ask your questions.
Huh?
You can ask your questions.
Okay, I
Yeah.
could just.
You're already sworn in.
Yes.
We already got you.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, all right. Hi, I don't know who to. direct
Into the
this-
microphone though,
I'm
ma'am,
sorry.
please. Thank you so much.
I'm so sorry. I don't know who exactly I need to. Okay, lovely. I'm very familiar with your community. I've worked for many of you over the years. So I have a question because I've been in Lakewood a whole lot, and it has to do with your tour. I don't know what they're called, but they are known as tourist students. They are grown men who come to your temples and your congregations, and and they are studying the Torah. And I understand that many of them live in, they move in with many of your community, within your community. They move into the homes and stay there while they are studying the Torah. And this was my question. How many Torah students, because you're saying there are 70, I think it's 70 families, but how many Torah students are you anticipating to come into Jackson? Because I'll tell you why I'm asking this question. I see them mainly on County Line Road. Many times I will be driving down County Line Road, all different hours, nighttime, daytime, you name it. There are grown men who are doing a lot of walking, whole lot of walking. They are, they're doing a lot of walking. So that becomes my question is, are you accounting all the tourist
Well,
students?
I think they have an
So we
answer
heard-
for you.
So I look back into the members of the congregation, and they stipulate that there are no Torah students associated with the,
Are they anticipating that to occur as it has in
and
Lakewood?
the answer is no.
That's
They do.
my-
We can stipulate that,
They
make
would
that a condition.
stipulate that, yes.
We'll
Okay.
put that in the resolution.
Right.
No students.
That was my question. Also, in relation to that, since they're walking so much, are there appropriate sidewalks, or are they going to be walking in the road going to and from your place of worship? If you know what I mean.
The applicant has agreed to extend the sidewalk
I see.
to the edge of the property line.
The reason I ask that question is safety. When I drive, am I allowed to just explain myself?
Sure.
The reason why I'm asking that is I see many of your tourist students, tons of them, in Lakewood walking County Line Road. They're walking in the road, and County Line Road is a very busy road, and they walk with the illuminating things, so this way they don't get hit. Yeah, I'm being honest, but, I see that and I'm thankful to Hashem that this is going on, because you don't want to get hit and you don't want to hit anybody. So it's a safety question that I'm really devising for you, because I think the tour student question is very important.
Well, I think that
because it
they've already.
But we've already taken
They've already
care of
indicated
that,
there's
ma'am.
no there's conditional approval.
The other, I had two other questions
Okay.
about it. The security lighting is very bright. At least I notice that in Lakewood, every time I go to Lakewood. They're huge, and is that going to be, is this place going to be near any residential homes that if it's going to be on all night, you have these huge
The
spotlights?
lighting, there's no spotlights at all.
Oh.
So it's just emergent, security lighting that's dim on the building just to
Uh-huh.
make sure, and then they turn
And
off
we'll
at
ask
10
for
o'clock.
stipulation that the lights be turned off
At 10
at
PM, she said earlier.
11 o'clock.
11's better, yes.
I'm just only asking.
Yeah, it's
in
not
the
like,
case of
it's not lit up. all
disturbing
night.
anyone's sleep or anything like that.
And the lights have shields on them, correct?
Shielded
We'll have
lights.
Cutoff shields, yes.
Yep.
Because I know near right on in Jackson, you just built I don't know if it's a
Ma'am,
school.
question.
It's okay, but.
Your
it's-
next question.
Those lights are bright. But anyway, wetlands were mentioned. That's,
They got a letter from the DEP, there are no wetlands.
okay. Because you never want to build something
Uh,
that
ma-
might.
ma- Ma'am, that
We
there are no
agree.
wetlands yet. No, I got it. Yeah.
We agree.
Okay, all right. Is there enough parking for what all the people who are anticipated to come to your place?
The ordinance, we meet the requirement in the ordinance, yes, so there's no variance associated with the number of parking spaces.
Okay. Those are my questions.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, please. Please come up.
Oh, yep, she's.
Take your time.
Right. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, please state your name and spell your last for the record.
Miriam Fostek, Fostek, and I'm at 108 North New Prospect Road.
Okay.
My question is, again, reiterating about the amount of people that you're indicating that's going to be in the so-called house of worship that you're going to be building. 200 people is a lot of people. Potentially, there could be more because we don't know what the code enforcement.
Ma'am, the microphone, please. Thank you.
What the code enforcement is going to be allowing. My concern is they're going to have cars in and out. You have space for enough 50 cars or whatever it is. They're supposed to, I guess you had indicated, to put no parking signs on the street so they don't go parking on the street. So when you have more than 50 cars, where are they going to park?
Well,
Where will they park?
Number-
Camp Joy?
Number one, the board planner asked us if we would request that the county allow us to put no parking signs there. So we don't have control over that. That would be the county's call, but
Okay.
we'll ask. And number two is that we have to simply comply with the ordinance. So the ordinance says 53 spaces. We're providing the 53 with the EV credits. So we meet the ordinance requirement.
The ordinance is required what, because of the size of the facility? Is that what it is? The amount of
Correct.
people you say they're going to be there?
Yeah, the
But if
ordinance-
they're saying that there's going to be 200 people potentially, could be 200 cars. What if they all have a car? Then what? What if
Then-
they all would have a car?
So if every family and every child drove a car to this facility, it wouldn't work. They
Well,
can't do
it
it.
wouldn't work.
Right.
As it
wouldn't work.
is, there's
We
so
agree.
many people now that I
But
see.
that's true of every facility. If everyone drove to
Okay, but
every
I'm
church or
concerned-
synagogue,
I live on that street. I live on the other side. The firehouse is across the street from my house. The firehouse is a betterment for the community, the betterment for the community. The house of worship that they want to indicate and place over there is not a betterment for Jackson. It's only betterment for certain groups of people, not for everybody in the town of Jackson.
And you're
There's
right.
enough house of worship now down the street on Wood Lane.
Ma'am, we
and
need a
everything.
question.
So
It's
to
got to
answer
be
your
questioned.
question-
So my indication is that when the parking becomes an issue and they park down in front of my house, what am I supposed to do? What are my neighbors supposed to do when there's nowhere to park because they now have 200 people, 200 cars, they're having a party, even though they say they're not having a party, they're celebrating something, whatever.
So there's two answers. First, the betterment of the community, that's not a test for this board to consider at all. This is a permitted use, so we don't have to prove that there's some beneficial need of the community. It's a permitted use already.
Right.
As for parking, we meet the ordinance standards, and that's true with
Yeah.
any use. I mean, will it ever get overparked? We can't say. We
But
don't
when they
think
have an
so.
overflow, that's not a betterment for the community. That's a problem for the police department, it's a problem for the fire department, problem for the ambulances. that go
Ma'am, what
through.
happens, you call up code enforcement and you let them know that somebody's violating the on-street parking ordinances?
It is unfortunate because I know that people have called for other things when people are driving and they have red lights flashing.
Right, but that's a
behind them.
township's enforcement
Then
mechanism
that's a
for
problem.
something like that.
That's a problem.
Right.
I'm concerned because I am my neighbors around us. What's going to happen when this facility, if it gets built, hopefully not, but if it were to get built, all the other places that have been approved for a house of shul where they go and pray now, what are they going to do with those? Are they then going to come and congregate at this location? Because they're already building on Wood Lane. They have a mikvah going on Wood Lane.
Ma'am,
There's
if you have a
shul.
now is the
So
question
that's-
time.
That's the issue that I have.
Right.
And then again with the lights, I know they indicated 11 o'clock at night. I think that that's a little bit too late because I go past a lot of facilities and the lights are extremely bright and it's all night long. It's not just till 11 o'clock at night. Maybe this will be 11 o'clock at night, I would hope. But
If this were approved, that would be a condition of approval that's
but
enforceable.
again, it's an if. So
If it's approved, I don't know if they're going to board.
it's approved. So if they approve it, then we're stuck with it. That's
I
the
think
problem.
that they originally said 10 o'clock.
That's right.
It'll be 10 o'clock.
They originally
10
said
o'clock.
10 and then you mentioned 11,
Well,
correct.
because I thought they said their services lasted until 10.
It's 10:30.
10:30.
Yeah, 10:30, because the service lasts till 10. They need time to get out of the building. So 10:30.
Yeah, so my other question is that you indicated there would not be a lot of children going to the services because it's mostly all adults that are going to be going there. So when the adults are going there, male, female, whichever, and they have children in the morning, are they going to have children there in the morning getting school buses because the parents are going to go in to pray? And what are they going to do with the school children when they go to school? Are they going to have the buses going in and out of there picking up school children? Because that potentially can happen.
There will be no school buses coming onto the site, no.
Not onto the site. They don't come onto the site. They come onto New Prospect Road to pick
congregants
up the
are-
multitude of children that are sitting there at the corner.
The congregants are not bringing their kids to the synagogue so they could be picked up to go to school, if that's your
Okay.
question.
Yeah, that was a concern.
Yeah.
Okay. Guess that's
Thank
all
you,
I have
ma'am.
At this point. Thank you.
Next. Someone else like to ask questions?
Move to close the public portion of this cross-examination. Sullivan?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
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 I move to open the public comment on this application only. Sullivan?
Second, DeMarzo.
All right,
Come
so,
forward, ma'am. So just listen to
so
the,
this is the point in time where you can make a statement, opinion, comment. We're going to cut it off at 4 minutes apiece. Ma'am, hang on one second, ma'am. Yeah, I'm not sure what you're,
we can't,
Well,
right now. You have to
hang
testify
hang on one
and
second,
swear
hang on
in
one second.
first, please.
Yeah. So what we're doing is that this is the period of time, it's called general comment. You can make a statement, a comment, opinion. We're going to, because it's 10 o'clock right now, we're going to put it at 4 minutes apiece. So now is the time to do that. I'll re-swear you in, and then you can put your comments, statement, opinions on the record. All right?
Swearing again?
Yep.
Ann Weber Rodriguez, WEBER-RODRIGUEZ, 9 Hampton Drive.
And you swear or affirm to tell the truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Ma'am, what are you handing out?
No, you have to tell us,
So
and then we,
It's
and we
for
may or may
exhibit
not accept it.
purposes.
It depends.
Hopefully you're going to accept it. It's what I'm going to say, okay? Because there's a lot in here and you might forget some things. So I figured it's easier just to give it to you. Is that okay?
No, you put your testimony has to be on the record.
It's got to be on the record.
I know I'm going to
Yeah.
testify, but I want to give this to you too. Is
You-
that
No,
okay?
thank you.
You can submit that into the board secretary, and we'll make it part of the record, okay?
I want a part of the record.
Right.
Right, okay.
Here we go. I'm here to express serious concerns about the proposed house of worship at 88 North New Prospect Road and additional property sales in the area that threaten to create dangerous traffic conditions in our community. I want to emphasize that my concerns are purely practical and relate to responsible community planning. I respect the right of all faith communities to establish places of worship in appropriate locations. This location sits directly on a main thoroughfare used by school children daily. We already see congestion issues, and adding a house of worship plus potential commercial development would create a perfect storm of safety hazards for kids walking to school. When exiting my development on Andover Road and turning onto North New Prospect, there's a sharp curve that already causing visibility and safety issues. The existing traffic makes it tough to get out safely, and there has been many accidents at that spot. Adding more congestion from the proposed development will likely lead to more accidents. Additionally, the fire department, while not immediately adjacent, but within a short distance of the proposed developmental site, faces a critical concern. The anticipated increase in traffic volume and resulting congestion could significantly compromise emergency response time, potentially delaying life-saving services to our entire community. When seconds matter in an emergency situation, any impotent, I said that word wrong, but anyway, to switch emergency vehicle access becomes a public safety issue that extends far beyond the immediate development area. There's now another house for sale. I don't know if you know that. On the same road, advertising 200 feet of frontage. That's a massive piece of land. Given the size and timing, I'm concerned this could be also targeted for commercial rezoning rather than staying residential, which could compound our traffic problems. We're looking at a potentially overdevelopment of the school route and a dangerous intersection. I urge you to consider the combined impact of this project on child safety and traffic flow before approving anything that increases congestion at the sharp curve on this critical thoroughfare. Furthermore, it's my understanding, please correct me if I'm wrong, that if the planning board approves this variance, despite clear safety warnings, the township could face potential liability. I'm bringing these concerns to your attention now so the board can fully consider them. My concerns are not about limiting anybody's rights, but about ensuring our community remains safe and functional for everyone. And that's the curve that you were talking about, right? And it's very dangerous there. There's almost an accident there the other day.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Patrick Pinella, 15 Quail Road. I know what to do. You're an
I-
attorney.
I-
Are you
I
running-
understand.
Are you running the meeting?
You-
Who's in charge of the meeting?
Sir,
Because if I have
I
a
have
legal
to swear you in.
If I have a legal
I
question,
have to
I'll
swear
ask
you in. You're being
ahead,
rude and
kick it off.
combative.
Sir,
Yeah.
You're
Sir.
being rude and combative.
I am in charge of this.
Okay.
Sir, I am in charge of this meeting. The
Act like it.
attorney, I am asking the attorney to swear you in. Thank you.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Patrick Pinella, 15 Quail Road. Listen, first off, the times that they're promising, the numbers that they're promising, everything that's going on here, it's a lie. I live at 15 Quail Road. My backyard faces 18 Deer Lane. I've watched over 100,000 people come in and out of that supposed residence. The prior administration I had a meeting with said that when they built it, they told the building people they were putting in a pool table. They added an 800 square foot addition on the back of that structure to put in a pool table. I have yet to see anybody go in there with pool sticks. I have yet to see anybody come in out of there. They only go in through a side entrance. They don't go in through the front door. Who owns a home and doesn't go in through the front door? I watch hundreds and hundreds of people go in and out of 18 Deer Lane. The promises you're being told, they're lies. I have proof that they're lies on my phone. When they tell you 10 o'clock, they're going to shut things down. I have video on my phone that shows that they're walking past my house at 11 o'clock at night. These are lies. And I don't care whether it's the building enforcement people or whoever. Everybody in this town needs to get together and deal with facts, not what people are telling you, okay? This gentleman couldn't tell the lady where their other place to prayer was. It's 18 Deer Lane. Like, I live there. I have video. My Ring has them going by my house all day long. They're lying. In the morning, they leave. I have it on my phone too. 7:48, 7:45. What time school? I am asking this board not only to use what you see in your ledgers and what the codes say, and I'm asking the people of Jackson to use common sense. This has nothing to do with their religion. I don't care what they do. But follow the same rules as I do and everybody else does. This is a hazard. This goes up, I guarantee you, and I hate to say it, somebody's going to die right in front of that place because of what's going to happen if this gets approved. And it's going to be an unfortunate young child or somebody else. And Mr. Rogers, I appreciate you because of what you said earlier. Your concern was the children. So thank you. It's a big mistake. There's a difference between sitting here and looking at a book and looking at reality. How many of you have ever gone over there to where this residence is and watch the schools, watch the kids, watch what goes on there, watch all the traffic? This is not a good idea in any way, shape, or form. I do not care what their religion is. I do not care about none of that. I care about Jackson Township. That's it.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Oh, you got a raise. All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Please state your name and spell your last for the record.
Mark Farrar, 24 Birch Drive.
All right.
Jackson. Again, 40-year resident. The thing that bothers me, well, question, Mr. Shea, does the planning board have a mission statement?
No, the planning board follows a municipal land use law.
I'm sorry, follows?
That follows the municipal land use law.
Okay. Would I be correct in stating and saying that the planning board is planning for the betterment of its community?
So the planning function actually comes from the master plan. And then after the master plan, the ordinances are created to reflect the spirit and intent of the master plan. The ordinances are what the board has to follow.
And whose spirit and intent is that? Is that the people of the township?
It would be the legislature at the time.
Okay. Sounds very convoluted to me.
It's just
But
how it
in
operates.
order, and okay. This planning board is an absolute disgrace to this township. I can tell you that. There aren't many people that don't think that. All you got to do is take a ride into Lakewood and you see what's happening here. It's as obvious can be. Anthony, would you mind please putting up the picture of what it is potentially going to go up that we've been discussing? The photographs. This planning board, are you kidding me? You are trying to put this building in a neighborhood where people have resided for their lifetimes. That's what you're thinking of putting there. Forget about, just use some common sense, all of you. Use common sense. Forget about the danger, the fire issues, the lies that we're hearing about. Forget about all that. Look at what you're trying to ram down our throats in a neighborhood. You must be kidding me. And this is happening all over the town. You must be blind if you don't see it, and I know none of you are blind. Get some common sense and have a little respect. I've belonged to a church for the last 38 years. When we tried to to move to Coltsneck, to a different area. When the people protested, you know what we did? We backed off and said, you know what? We'll just expand our church. We're not going to make trouble for people who have lived there and don't want all this congestion going on. So I don't understand where you're coming from. I really don't. It's common sense. I respect you, sir. For what you were saying before, you are concerned about the children. I respect some of the people that have spoken up here today. And Jackson, we need more of you to come out on this because this has got to stop. Enough.
Please raise your right hand. You swear and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right?
Eleanor Haddam, Jackson, New Jersey. I'm just going to reiterate what like some of the other ones said. Can you please put back the design, the layout that was up before, Anthony? Only because when I was sitting next to the gentleman over there who lives on Quail Lane, he did send me snapshots of congregants coming out of 18 Deer Lane. 18 Deer Lane was a sham to begin with.
Yeah, if you could just speak into the microphone.
Oh, 18 Deer Lane was a sham and a lie to begin with.
So just to be clear, so is 18 Deer Lane part of this application?
No, but that is
it's not.
Hartfield Kalal.
I
Hartfield Kalal is now going to move to 88 North New Prospect. That's exactly what's going on. The residents have already been told that by our council president. So we're fully aware. But what I do want to say is I've been helping the people on Deer Lane for a very long time. This township has shammed. The people, the residents who live there, they have lied through their teeth to those people. Whenever there's more complaints, the congregation is told, don't line Fox and Deer Lane, spread the cars all over the neighborhood on Neal Street and Everett and all the other. I go down there. I've seen what they've done. I have pictures of the line of cars, and it is more than 50. More than 50. So there's lie in their operations testimony of the number of people. That's a lie. When we talk about the easements, don't tell me that you don't know the deed. If I know the deed, you're the lawyer. I already did the research. They know that the deed has Jackson Township easement on it for that walkway. And if you look at that, it's very evident that's where the walkway through Quail goes. So they're designing it with the use of adults to be walking with our children. That should never be, because you're already doing it. Because you're also telling the people today to use that parking lot and cut through. It's all a lie, because Deer Lane was a lie, along with the facilitator at 14 Deer Lane. I already did all the background on it. And the gentleman over here that said that he was the applicant, which he never came up and testified before, so I should have came back up, but his name wasn't Doug Zucker. So Doug Zucker is the applicant on all those papers. So what is the sham? Because again, everything's a lie. We have no pedestrian counts, and we have, in my view, a fictitious traffic report, because they're always done that way. And this is going to severely impact our children. I am so concerned about our kids. And I'll tell you right now, because I went to Johnson School. I know that firehouse. And I do know, I live over here, the sirens are going all day long. For the police station, the fire, it's nonstop. And now you're gonna put that with kids crossing, with congregants going in, with buses coming in and out. And they didn't even include Johnson Elementary School. I mean, if you can't even do that, it's all a sham. And it's a lie. And those lights, terrible.
Anyone else?
All right. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right.
Miriam Foster.
You got it.
I know you've heard everybody's comments. You've heard it over and over again.
The microphone,
I am
ma'am.
only going to reiterate to please do not approve this particular building on this residential street. It's not going to be beneficial to us. It's not beneficial to the people in Jackson. They have enough places of worship as it is now, all over Jackson that they go. They go down the street. They're all over the place. So they can continue. They can take that house that they already bought and make that their house of prayer. They're going to be doing it anyway. Why tear it down and build a big monstrosity? We already have enough monstrosities that are being built in Jackson now that are being taken over by that community. Not that I want to be anti-Semitic, but unfortunately, I can't go into their places. Who can read what it is? Can't read what it is. They don't have it for me and you. They have
Ma'am,
it for them.
we have to keep it. There's something called RLUIPA, which we can't bring religion into applications.
Oh, well, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But again, what's going on in Jackson is not for the betterment of the community. There's too many buildings that are going up, buildings that are being left unoccupied. They're like these big warehouse dinosaurs that are out there. You know what? If they want to build it, go on Route 9. They have a lot of places on Route 9. They should build their place of worship over there, not in Jackson. Please don't approve this. It's just ridiculous what's going on, especially in this place of residential. We don't need it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Hello.
Yes.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right. Please state your name and spell your last name.
Christina Quattrano. Do I need to?
I think she's got it. Yeah.
All right. I'm coming up here to say that, first off, I have had friends in their community for years. And one of the main things I feel in my heart is there needs to be an assimilation because the Constitution calls for us we assimilate. If you come in to a town or wherever.
Ma'am, we got it.
Right.
Can't talk about
Well,
religion. I know.
Well, it isn't. Okay, I'm going to read.
It's got to be in a general
I'll
sense,
read this
right?
to you, okay? I've lived here 24 years now. And I moved here, back then, it wasn't overdeveloped. And it's not true anymore of Jackson, of what's happening. My commute used to take maybe 40 minutes to my job. It's increased now to an additional half hour, which is a burden, okay? I have witnessed acres upon acres of trees getting torn down in Jackson. And I have received letters constantly, calls constantly from people saying, do you want to sell? Do you want to sell? All the time I get this, and the answer is no, because I really don't want to leave Jackson. I've been here too long, all right? And I receive letters constantly from these realtors, all right? There were only 2 supermarkets in Jackson, and recently we lost Stop and Shop. So now there's only one there, which is the ShopRite. And I recently, when the last time they had a sale, they were sold out with so much stuff because now we have only one supermarket that we get to go to. As we all know, Gourmet Glatt took over where Stop and Shop is, which there's also the I don't know all the letters, to the one that's like a half a mile down the street from the Gourmet Glatt. It's not far away. So Now I started, I'm going to be honest with you. I go to I go out of town now to go shopping most of the time. My place of worship is located in Lakewood. That's why I know so much about it. And our pastor had told us that they've already been told by the rabbis to please sell our church and just get out of town. I hate to say it, but it's the God's honest truth. You know, in the past, I stated this, I have friends in the Orthodox community. I'm still friends with them. And they have asked me so many times, when are you going to move out of Jackson? All the time. And I tell them over and over again, I don't want to. I really don't, you know. I have also
Thank you,
been
ma'am.
informed.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm sorry?
Your time is up. Thank you.
Oh, okay. All right.
Thank you.
Like I said, I'm just going to add just this. The Constitution protects us
That's what RLUIPA is for,
from
ma'am.
invasion.
We can't,
We cannot discuss what you're trying to discuss.
right.
Yes, ma'am.
You've already got your general comment. We got to let other people come up and speak.
There's a mailbox that was knocked
I
down
understand.
on the main road, and now New Prospect mailbox is on handover because it was ran over by.
A
Ma'am,
code enforcement
thank you.
issue, if you want to give them a ring and let them know about the mailbox.
Please come forward if you would like to speak. Thank you.
All right, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. And state your name and just so Laura has it. Yeah.
Michelle DeLello, DeLello, 2 Stephen Place, Jackson. I just wanted to mention something someone reminded me of that I didn't bring up earlier. Johnson, and I'm not sure about Crawford, but Johnson has before care that starts at 7 a.m. So you've got cars coming, walkers and whatnot. So we're looking at a start time of 7, even prior to 7 a.m. And aftercare ends at 6 p.m. I don't know how many people are walking with their children in the evening, you know, after care, but just to be aware of that. The school is operating, at least Johnson is, from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. The reason that the kids are walkers, and my kids were, we live in Harfield, the district doesn't offer busing. So unless you're driving your child to school, have the ability to do so, they're walking. It's the only option for them to get to school. This also affects people who live in Sunnywoods, the next 2 blocks over from Harfield. They cut through Robert. They're walkers also because we don't have to cross what's considered a major road for the kids to get to school. So I just wanted to make sure you're all aware of that. This all comes down to safety. I don't know how many, if any of you, have driven up and down New Prospect, different times of day during the week. It is a heavy road now. About 4 o'clock, it is bustling. On Friday evenings, the cars, I was saying earlier, are queuing into 88 New Prospect. They're parking behind there, and then everyone's walking to 18 Deer. 18 Deer, I know is not part of the application, but it somewhat is. That location that operates now is moving to 88 New Prospect. Our council president told me that himself on the phone back in February. That's how I first heard of 88 New Prospect. I didn't even know. He said it's not on the calendar yet. At the time I spoke with him, he said, but it's coming up and it's being added to the calendar. So like I probably wouldn't have known about it otherwise. I don't live within the 200 feet. I do live on Stephen and Neal. So Neal Street is the parking for Deer Lane. So there's a concern. It's not going to be 53 cars. It's not. I'm telling you it's not. I don't care what. There's going to be overflow. I understand the applicant doesn't have to be concerned with overflow, but we, the residents, do. It's going to pour out onto Everett, onto Neal. It's not safe. It's not safe for anybody's kids here when you have cars parking all over the place, you know, during school hours and whatnot. Comes down to safety. If the property is not the size that the township ordinance states it should be, then that should be it. It's supposed to be 150 feet. Keep it at that. There's a reason it's 150 feet. If you change that now and give a variance, now you're looking at setting a precedent that everybody's going to say, well, the property's not big enough, but you know, you did it over here for New Prospect. It's a safety hazard. As people have mentioned, the firehouse is right across the street, and the property is pretty much coming right off of Hyson and New Prospect. So there's a yield from Hyson onto New Prospect. It's a raceway. People are racing from Hyson to New Prospect to merge with the other. It's an absolute mess there. So as much as things on paper may look a certain way and pretty drawings and pictures of buildings, it's not the reality. We live in the reality. Our kids live in the reality. And I would ask that you consider that. Come see the area if need be. Feel free, reach out. I'm sure plenty of us would show you around and show you the walkways and whatnot. So thank you for your time.
Hi, how are you?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, please state your name and spell your last for the record.
Jennifer Dufour, Dufour. I live at 8 Lawrence Street in Hartfield. I just wanted to comment specifically on the previous owner because I am friends with them. He had one work vehicle because he owned his own business, and that was such a large vehicle. That's why he built the garage and parked it there, because we have to conform with certain compliance things and ordinances and whatnot in the town. So you can't have that big eyesore out in a residential area. And then the other thing I wanted to point out, I'm sorry, I don't know your name, sir. This gentleman right here commented that we complied to all of these things except this one thing. So if I'm driving my car and I comply to all the rules and I crash and hit someone and kill someone, do I get away with it because I complied by all the rules, but the accident still happened? Because we get away with one thing. So I get to get away with murder or vehicular homicide because I complied by all the other rules? I don't think so. If it's 150, right? 150, we should probably keep it at that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Anyone else?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your name and spell your last for the record.
It's Al Fisher. My last name is Fischer. I'm the property owner of 28 Quail, which means that my backyard is it meets up perfectly with this proposed house of worship. I just came here to say a real thank you to the board, first of all, for all they do for us, and they have done for us, and they continue to do for us. And I'm coming here from my wife and my 3 kids and asking that this is something that we need for our community here. And it's something that we really, really, really ask the board to please approve this plan. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Good evening. My name is
Well,
John.
hang on one second. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, please state your name and spell your last for the record.
Sure. John Pajoski, Pejoski. I'm here representing the Jackson School District. I actually live at 410 Bartlett Road as well.
So you're here in your personal capacity or on behalf of the school
On behalf
district?
of the school district.
On behalf of the
But
school
I'm
district.
also a resident.
Okay.
So regarding the proposed property, there's a lot of points here that was already made, so I don't want to rehash that. Just for a matter of fact, if you check the jacksonsd.org website, you'll see that our school hours are on there. And Johnson School does start at 8:10, and Crawford does start at 9:10. However, we also have morning care, like the lady mentioned. We also have Johnson schools are walker schools. We have approximately about 100 students that do walk to the school, but it's before 8:10 to include their family members. And then Crawford is our vehicular school, where we have a lot more cars coming there as well before 9:10 that's when the school starts. With regard to the entrance, if this is passed, if you look at the driveway consideration, I know it's a county road, maybe a little further south, down, somewhere over there to do a second crosswalk, to maybe encompass across the street on a northbound lane of North New Prospect, where it's a little bit wider. This way, pedestrians can walk to there. And the other,
Well, that would be up to the school district and the county. We have no issue with it at all.
and then the last thing is, should this be approved, now the main easement on the south side of the property, if there is construction to be done, to consider that as well if it's during the school year for the students walking. But we also have summer programs. So just because the school year ends, that doesn't mean we don't have, Crawford's going to have a summer camp there, right a week after school ends for about 6 weeks. And also Johnson has other programs that we have at the end of the school year to consider that whenever construction is. So,
And just for clarity, your position with the school is what?
Director of school
Director of
security. Security.
Security.
Yes, sir.
Gotcha. Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Anyone else?
All right. Please state your name. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I affirm.
Please state your name and spell your last.
Shlomo Abstald, OBSTFELD, 17 Sunnywood Lane.
And use the microphone, please, so we can't hear you. Thank you.
First of all, thank you for everyone for staying the late hour. We very much appreciate it. Thank the opposition for coming out as well and expressing their First Amendment right to free speech. And I appreciate the Jackson Township for taking that seriously. Mr. Rogers, I'm a father of 5 children. I take your concern very seriously. We're all parents over here. None of us want to see any children, getting hurt because of this. So obviously, we'll definitely take into consideration anything that the board thinks we should do to minimize the concern that Mr. Rogers brings up. There were 2 points that came up regarding the walking. From my house and from many houses in the community, we can walk up Susan Lane, Sunnywoods Lane, hit Hyson Road, and walk and comes back around Northman Prospect Street. And there's sidewalks all along over there, so there's no need for anyone to use any township easements in order to get to this house of worship. Another point was brought up about the money that went into this. I would like to point out, and I would like to commend the community for going out of their way and raising the money for trying to buy a property that's conforming to what the township wanted and to the township ordinances. An individual brought up $1 million. I don't know the exact amount, but I think that should be considered, that the community went out of the way and raised a lot of money just to consider the township and consider the residents and consider the ordinances. Thank you.
Anyone else? I'll give it a second if you change your mind. Okay.
Seeing no one else come forward, I move to close the public testimony portion of this application. Sullivan.
Second, DeMarzo.
Ma'am, you'd already spoken.
So can I just do a brief
Please do.
closing? Sorry.
Oh,
So-
we have to, yes, we are closing the public session. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So very briefly, again, I know it's late. So it's a permitted use. The governing body decided that houses of worship on these types of roads are a permitted use. So that's why we're at the planning board. Because we're at the planning board, the board cannot consider off-site traffic conditions, but we are on a county road. The county has exclusive jurisdiction over that roadway, and therefore we need to get their approval to build this shul. There is a crossing guard that controls the safety of the students going to and from the school. There's adequate sight distance as testified by our traffic engineer. He testified that the access point, which is really the only thing you can consider, operates safely and efficiently. The Dunkin' Donuts case clearly states that that's all we need to do is establish that the driveway operates safely. We've agreed to meet all of the conditions of your fire officials report and your planner and engineer report and the LTE, from CME. The variance itself, which is what many of the residents has pointed out, it's an existing condition. Nothing could be built on this property without getting that same variance that we're asking for tonight. But the important thing to remember is we're not overbuilding the site, even though we have insufficient lot width. We meet the lot coverage, we meet the lot area, we meet all of the setbacks, and in fact, we are decreasing the lot coverage from its current condition. We believe we presented adequate proofs to support both the variance and then the two very minor waivers that were required. In terms of occupancy, they are limited by whatever the fire official says the occupancy code is. We've agreed. There are many stipulations that we placed on the record, including turning the lights off by 10:30 p.m. There's a whole series of other ones. We've agreed to address all of the comments, and we believe because of that, the board has to, by law, approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Peters?
Madam Chair, I didn't take any exception to the summary by Mr. Alfieri. As indicated in our report, this is a permitted use in the zone. The one variance that's required is for a pre-existing non-conforming condition that relates to the specific lot. And the initial application had 2 waiver requests. I believe one of them was withdrawn, so it's 1 waiver request. Thank you.
Mr. Klee?
Not really too much more to add, but from an engineering perspective, I really have no problem with the development.
Mr. Shea?
All right, so what the board has to consider is the legal standards for what's being requested. So what we have in front of us is that we have a permitted use that is inherently beneficial pursuant to statute. What that means is that under a D variance, the inherently beneficial use would actually remove one of the prongs for the positive criteria. What it does at the planning board is that it actually enhances the positive criteria that was testified, which is A, C, G, and I of the municipal land use law. So then the board has to weigh the detrimental impacts to the zone or the plan or the neighborhood, so to speak. So it's a balancing test, right? It's a C2 balancing test, which we do all the time. That's just for the lot width. The lot width in and of itself is a creature of the meets and bounds. So the use really doesn't matter in this situation. It's the creation of the lot itself that doesn't matter what's brought. That waiver or that variance would be required even if you put a pool there or a parking lot or a jungle gym or whatever. Second aspect of this is the waivers that are being requested. The waiver standard that we always deal with is number one of being it's reasonableness. It has to reflect the spirit and intent of the ordinance itself, and there has to be some kind of either hardship or detrimental impact from the property, from the construction of the property. So those are the legal tests. That's what we have to work with. You guys can deliberate, put your reasons for, against, whatever on the record, and go from there. We just need a motion.
Is it appropriate for me to make a statement at this time?
You can deliberate. We're at the deliberation portion.
I can't make a public motion, a statement.
Yes, it's deliberation. You may make a statement.
Thank you. I appreciate the words of kindness that some of you pointed my way, but that should be pointed out to the whole board. This board is here as a public service, volunteers that have to obey state religious laws, county ordinances, and local ordinances. We'd love to rule from our heart, just like you. We're citizens with you. But every member of this board, and I swear to this, okay, is trying to do what's legally appropriate, okay, to prevent lawsuits, okay, that we all experienced in the past, and to do the right thing, okay? Also want to make a side note that I think the Orthodox community might be better served I have a shul across the street from me, almost virtually across the street from me. Small residential property. Never had a problem. Best neighbors, no problem at all. The community might be better served in continuing that with multiple locations rather than these large locations. Just a footnote.
Anyone else have anything to say before we go to motion? All right, looking for a motion now, please. Thank you, Mr. Rogers.
I'd like to make a motion to approve this application with the stipulated waiver and to explain even further. The reason that this property does not have 150 feet is because when the lot was designed, there was a different standard in the township for that zone. This is not the fault of the applicant. This is common when someone comes before a board like ours and they have a non-conforming lot width that was caused by previous rules when it came to the zone. And given that, there is no reason for us to deny them that waiver. This was not a situation they created. This was created with time. And with that, I vote to approve this application.
So it would be a motion on the floor for the variance and the waiver.
There's a motion.
Waivers.
With
Yeah.
the variance and the waiver.
Madam Chair,
Look for a second.
Madam Chair, before I make my second this, I'd like to say, one, I think the public brought up a lot of facts and concerns, and I understand them from that point. I'm part of the public too. Mr. Rogers brings up right. We take an oath, but we have to comply with the municipal land use laws, the religious laws of the country that we have to stand by. And there's a lot we have to do that I'd love to vote from my heart like Mr. Rogers. But we don't have that opportunity. We have to comply with the laws. You turn down an application like this and it goes to court and we lose. The applicant, all those stipulations they stipulated to, you heard, they don't have to know more if they win. You stand a lot to lose. There's a permitted use. It's a pre-existing non-conforming, as Mr. Sullivan just explained, but yet the applicant met all the side setbacks and stuff, not creating more variances. The stipulations agreed by the applicant were many, just a traffic light that they're applying for at the county. There's a lot of restrictions by the county road that they'll take over, that nobody in this room has control over. I know how it works, and like some people say, move it to Route 9. The Orthodox community can't walk from Hartfield to Route 9. So there's reasons why the municipal laws are stated like they are, and the Yalupa laws are there. With that, I make a second on the motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second. We will now have a roll call vote.
Mr. Brezzi,
Yes.
Mr. Marzo,
No, I respectfully disagree with a lot of what was said regarding this particular application. While it may be that certain areas of it are conforming, the fact of the matter is you have 53 parking spots, and that doesn't make it, to me, there's no way I would want to grant a variance on this with this amount of parking. If it was just a pool, or if it was just something else that was non-conforming, or a small house, maybe, but not like this. So I am a no.
Mr. Parks,
I'm going to vote yes, but I would recommend that the applicant look seriously at the design that will improve pedestrian safety in getting to this. And there are ways of doing that. One's already been pointed out, but there must be a whole stream of other things that can be done. I vote yes.
Mr. Rogers,
I vote no, and I find it a pitiful method of defending a position by saying there's a crossing guard, part-time, 5 days a week, when this is a 7-day-a-week operation, including summer months.
Mr. Tremor,
I also have significant concerns with the circulation and the parking situation.
I do think it's a substantial detriment to the public good, particularly in terms of traffic safety and emergency access. With that, I vote no.
Mr. Sullivan.
I vote yes. It is conforming application. This is the zone the township and its settlement agreed to have places of worship. And the only issue with this application is the width of the lot, which is not an issue caused by the applicant. The parking lot did not require any waiver other than minor waivers distinguishing it from the difference of a supermarket as opposed to a house of worship. So I vote yes.
Dr. Campbell.
Yes. 2, 3, 4.
I'd like to make a motion to close this meeting. Sullivan?
Second, DeMarzo.
Oh,
All in
hang on a minute.
favor?
Aye.